Who will come on and talk to me? Who will dare? I'm a diamond in the rough.
Never.
Who will come on and talk to me? Who will dare?
Woof, woof. No, well. Yeah, they're losing the art of trolling, yeah. I thought you could keep that one running, Amanda, when we get added back in again. Well, I can either read the Google Hangout or look down Petra's top. God. I'm an nasty. It's just to keep my little extremities warm. Otherwise, I'm tempted to play pocket pool just to keep it warm. Well, even I don't like seeing a guy playing with his nuts. Oh, I know you're a troll, Kay. All my money on whiskey and beer. Who's Welshie? Still a toast yet?
All the pets are asleep. All the pets are asleep.
There she is.
Sean. Just about to sing for in Tex-Mex. Under the sky, gonna be with you, and no one's gonna be around. If you think that you will fall, well, just wait until the sun goes down. Underneath the starlight, there's a magical feeling so right. It'll steal your heart tonight. You can try to resist, try to hide from my kiss, but you know that you can't fight the moonlight deep in the dark. You'll surrender your heart, but you know that you can't fight the moonlight. No, fight it. It's gonna get to your heart. There's no escape from love. Once a gentle breeze weaves a spell upon your heart. No matter what you think, it won't be too long till you're in my arms. Underneath the starlight, starlight, we'll be lost in the rhythm so right.
Singing
Feel
this
it
just for
still
you,
in
Kate.
your heart tonight. You can try to resist, try to hide from my kiss, but you know that you can't fight the moonlight deep in the dark. You surrender your heart, but you know that you can't fight the moonlight. No, you can't fight it. No. Bella's just muted it. Bella's turned it off.
Yeah, that was dedicated to you, Kate.
That was Tex-Mex. Now I'll do this one. He wants
Say hi
some
to
country.
Sean.
Hello,
What's
Sean.
up?
Sorry, lovely. I want to get. We know what I'm like. You know what I'm like when I get singing.
I was just having my cup of tea, trying to calm down. I was.
I'm just gonna sing one more song, and I'm over. In Tex-Mex wants to hit
Right, you
country.
sing one more song, and then I'll have a fucking rant and kick off. Then.
Promise me this one, Sean.
So
Don't pick on me, it wasn't my
Okay.
fault.
oh, it was a dirty fucking saggy fucking tits.
Jolene, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, please don't take him just because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare with flame locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep. There's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, please don't take him just because you can. You could have your choice of man, but I can never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you, or whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Mike out.
lovely, Petra. That was lovely. That was.
Thanks, Sean.
Enjoyed that. What? I enjoyed that.
Today I'm just going to charge my phone. Sean, oh Sean, please don't hurt me just because you can. Oh Sean,
I love it. What are you doing, Beck?
Take my earphones off. Oops, I'm just relaxing. Get my earplugs out.
what Ronan Canucci just texted me. Bullies like to impose their weaknesses onto others. I'll fucking punch any bully right in the gob.
That keyboard's taking a bashing.
Who's typing, Petra? Who's talking? I can't see the chat.
I'm just saying thanks for paying Mojab and Tex. I'm just going to say to Al, fuck off, you sad, pathetic loser. No one likes you here. No one. No one.
I'll say he's innocent.
Al's innocent.
Saying that who then?
Hey?
Who is he saying that to? Well,
I'm saying that to him. I'm saying that to him because he keeps asking for a link and all that, like he's begging.
He ain't having a link. He removed me. He ain't having a fucking link.
Yeah. Come on.
Back on Bob's channel. Banned him from there, have he? So you come to bag ass slot. People, do you know what? People are so jealous. They don't like it. We're all sat there getting on with each other. We're all happy.
We'll get on with each other. We've got our own little tight knit community, and they just
They don't like it.
Yes, I'm afraid Al would put a knife in your back.
Well, right. You know, people are not happy. They always got to ruin it, get jealous, and they always got to ruin it for everybody else. You know, they're never happy. They're not satisfied in their own lives. Do you know what I mean? Well, they're so sad, desperate losers. You know, if they not got any friends, you know?
Jan,
What?
Jan, they win if you get them angry. You got to laugh at their pathetic attempts.
I am laughing at them. They are. They're pathetic. Just said, you know, have they got no friends? They obviously haven't got any friends, have they? You know?
It's a kind of hobby. It's a kind of hobby for them. Falling, you know.
I'm jealous. I bet their mummies and daddies as well pay for their Wi-Fi. I bet their mummies and daddies go to work in the day, let the little kiddies run riot, and they're not even aware of what's going on in their own home. Do you know what I mean? You know, lack of parental guidance, that's for sure.
Some of them aren't kids.
I'm old enough to know better.
Yeah, different time, different era, Shan.
I'm only 34.
Simple things.
I'm not even 30
simple
weeks, but do you know what I mean? You know, it's just people brought up today with no respect for anybody. And there's all this bitchy jealousness as well. People got no respect at all for anybody today. Yeah. Remember the good old days?
Aye.
Remember the good old days?
Yeah. It's a long time ago for me.
And me. Well, feels like that.
60s, 70s.
Swinging time. Love. Petra, I loved it when you done that song for me. Thank you, babes.
Oh,
Lovely.
I've never known so much bitching around my fucking life coming from guys. Fuck me.
Hey,
Eh?
you've never
Guys,
what?
guys bitching at each other.
Guys bitching at each other. Who's that?
Fucking Al, Becky.
Oh, they're all arguing then. Happy, don't always and have a chat with us.
You try to wake me up, Tex. Um, I will thumb down your fishing video, Tex.
Eh?
Watching the YouTube Tex, Shan.
All right, okay.
Can you get the YouTube? Can you get it? Can you get it up?
Yeah, I can get it up, but I can't be
I'll
asked.
rephrase that. Rephrase that. Can you get the YouTube channel up?
Yeah, cool as well. Oh, knackered. I gotta get up in the morning for my dinner with the mayor.
Yeah. You have to have some sleep.
Oh, I'll be all right.
Well, it's not in the morning. It's bloody afternoon, isn't it?
I know, but I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta go and pay some bills, otherwise our electric will be cut off. So I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta go to the bank, take a pile of money out, go pay my electric and that, go pay my gas bill. I gotta pay water, my water rates. What else have I gotta do?
A couple of hours.
I'll have a chat. I'll have a sit in Wetherspoons then and have a cuppa and that. Have a chat to my Betty's in there.
You know, have a 2 or 3 hour nap in the afternoon before you go.
Nah, sod having a nap. I did manage to have a sleep anyway for a few hours earlier on. I slept for about 4 or 5 hours.
yeah, I got sleep.
The thing was, there was people racing up and down the street like lunatics, beeping the horns and stuff. So they woke me up then.
So you should throw some nails. Throw some nails out on the street.
Throw some nails. Huh?
Get a packet of galvanised nails and throw them out. They won't drive up and down the street so much then with a couple of punctures.
Yeah, it's a good idea, that is, Beck. We'll
discuss your neighbours a bit.
That when we're not discuss that when we're not live on air, okay?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Ah, Bella. Bella, 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 Bella,
What's Bella doing?
What day is it?
Right.
Wednesday, innit? Not Thursday now. Thursday.
Thursday now.
December.
Ronan's awake.
Hey, Ronan.
He's on a hangout, Sean.
All right, yeah, I got it. Just come up.
Bella.
Just start
Yo.
post with tomatoes on.
Yo. Oh, you good kid.
Ronan's trying to infiltrate Bob's hangout.
Yeah, Bob must have sent them lot over here. It just goes to show, his hangout can't be going very well if he's got to come over, get people to come over here and snipe us. Do you know what I mean?
Why doesn't he go on the other debate one? It's probably better than there, isn't he? All it is just say fucking an English girl, an Englishman, a Scotsman, and an Irishman, isn't it? Well, one Welsh, one English, and one Scottish. Like UK rules, UK rules.
Yeah. We just like to talk.
Aye.
I don't get a fucking word in me.
Well, if you want to talk, talk. The only thing we heard out to you was, burping and...
The only chance to get to fit something in. Fucking half a second.
Beth, we do love you, though.
Hey, Simpson, it's used to.
Grumpy Beck.
Yeah, I'm entitled to be grumpy.
I said grumpy. As in grandfather. In Wales, we say grumpy.
Yeah, I thought you said grumpy.
You're not grumpy. When are you ever grumpy? You're never grumpy.
Yeah.
But that's like call out when I talk about you to my friends, and say, "Oh, Grumpy Beck."
Grumpy.
Grumpy means granddad. Yeah, that's what the Welsh say. Grumpy. Yeah, in Wales we say nanny and grumpy.
Oops. Hey, you know that Ray Mears?
Yeah.
Prospecting for gold here, BBC4. In the Appalachian Mountains.
Channel 9, innit?
No, I don't know what it is on yours. BBC4.
Yeah, that's 9 on mine.
It's in the Appalachian
Wild West. Oh. Oh, very good. Why are you awake so late, Beck?
Yeah. I never.
Why are you up so late?
I can never fall asleep before 3 o'clock.
So where's your wife then? Is she sleeping already?
Sleeping since 10:30. He's out at 5:30.
I bet you do her reading when you come into bed.
Nah, I won't disturb her. She's up at 5:30. 2.5 hour drive.
Oh, that with Bob. Used to go in, right? I'd stay in the living room, watch a film, right? He'd be sleeping like that, or like that, right? I'd go in, I'd go, wakey, wakey, right, and slam the bedroom door. Wake him up, he go nuts. He'd go, right, he'd sit up in bed, right, he'd go, are you fucking kidding me or what? He'd go nuts.
Give him a bloody heart attack.
You've had two already, don't say that. I do it to my daughters at Christmas, right? Christmas morning, I put the alarm on for like 5:30 in the morning, right? I get up, I make sure everything's all doing. I chuck the turkey. Yeah, I eat turkey just Christmas Day, that's it. I get up, I make sure everything's under the tree and all that stuff. I put the turkey, baste the turkey and all that shit, chuck it in. I go in there, right? I open her bedroom door, I tippy toe in like that, right? And I stand at the bottom of her bed, right? The door's open and I go, wakey, wakey, rise and shine, it's Christmas. She goes fucking mad.
My mum used to, my mum and dad used to do that to me. I used to fucking go crazy. Wakey, back off.
Yeah, she does. It's funny. She gets up like that. She's like, what time is it? You just woke me up. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Christmas. And she's like, yeah, I know it's Christmas. Why do you have to wake me up for? Funny.
I was going to bed at...
And I said to her as well last year, I said, wakey, wakey, Santa's arrived. I said, he's been, and she got up, right, sat up in bed. She said, oh, get real, ma'am. Santa don't even exist. Are you dull or what? And went back to sleep. Just, but if she don't get up, right, over her then. Well, not chuck water over her, but I got this spray bottle with water, and I spray her with it. Get out of bed. It's funny. I'll have to do a video of her one morning. Oh, it's funny. She'll go mad.
Al's pleading his innocence here.
I've been asked for another song as well, so I'm going to sing this one. I'm sorry if I'm over talking.
Innocent. Fuck off, will you? Is there in black and white? Remove me. Stop fucking lying.
He's got a lying problem.
Please, plead your innocence. You crack on, boy. We all know what you did.
He's saying you're racist now.
I'm racist. How am I racist? How am I racist?
You've been stealing from a thief and you got caught in the headlights. Don't like this one? No.
Petra, yeah? Sorry I'm interrupting, love. Have you ever found me to be racist? Have I ever made any racist comments about black people? Who just said I'm racist? Have I ever made any comments?
Don't take any notice. No, you're not racist.
Thank you.
Don't
I know
take
I'm racist.
Take anyway. No notice. He's lying. Yeah. He lies.
I know. Pleading is. Anyway, what you got planned tomorrow, you two? Anything interesting?
Fuck all.
You want to get and join your wife, man, and give her a hand?
I'm not going to, nah. What, travel to fucking Aberdeen? Don't like Aberdonians, and what the fuck all to do there, either.
What's the matter with Aberdonians?
Can't stand them.
Why?
Because they're too stuck up. They talk weird.
All right, okay.
Apart from that, they're okay.
You line them up.
Oh.
This one for you, Sean.
Right, what is it?
You line them up, look at your shoes, you hang names on your wall, then you shoot them all. Stereophonic for Wales. You lay around in planes that bring you down to meet me who loves you, like me crashing to the ground. Are you so lonely? You don't even know me, but you'd like to stone me, Mr. Writer. Why don't you tell it like it is? Why don't you tell it like it really is? Before you go on home. I used to treat you right, give you my time, but when I turn my back on you, then you do what you do. You've just enough, in my own view, education to perform. I'd like to shoot you all, and then you go home with you on your own. What do you really know, Mr. Writer? Why don't you tell it like it is? Why don't you tell it like it really is? Before you go on home.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Are you finished? Are you finished?
I love it.
You're not reading the YouTube text, Shan, are you?
Beck, it's your turn now. You've got to spin some.
Did you think I'd frozen then?
No.
I think I'd freeze frame, and if you go dead still, you think you're frozen.
Is that what you just did?
Okay, I'll look at and a frozen.
Beck, you can sing a song now by a Scottish band.
No, I'm reading
Any-
Al's insult. I'm reading Al's insults at you on the YouTube text.
To me.
Yeah, he's called you racist, ignorant, fat troll. I think he's going through. I think he's going through the full alphabet.
Excuse me if I don't forget to laugh. Okay. Okay, Al. Yeah. Okay.
Rishla. Who's Rishla? Is TYT shut down for the night? I think that's why they're here.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
probably. Oh, I'm looking forward to my lunch tomorrow with the mayor.
You having lunch with the mayor?
Lunch with the mayor.
So you should. You deserve it.
Sorry, Pete. What were you going to say? Sorry.
And so you should. You deserve it.
Thank you, Peter. Much appreciated. Thank you. Petra, I'm a member of the Royal British Legion, and our town mayor, he actually runs our branch. I'm very, very good friends with them. We're going, me and him, tomorrow.
How old is he?
How old is he? 69. He's married.
Get in there, Sean. You like the old ones, don't you?
Shut up. No, Petra, when it's not. Nothing like that, right? What it is, I'm being rewarded for all the work that I did raising money for charity in November, because we raised nearly 27. Going for a posh lunch tomorrow at this golf club. this posh golf club thing, and he've asked me to be his guest as well, as sort of like a reward for all the hard work I've done. And I'll also have like certificate thing, or like a reward thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like a special recognition.
Yeah,
Work you've
yeah,
done for charity work.
yeah, yeah. So I'll have that as well.
That's something to tell your kids, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. She'll be able to see it anyway because it'll be filmed. So
No. Fucking hell.
like it's like award ceremony, so she'll be able to see it anyway.
Wow, Sean, well done, mate.
Yeah, it's my nan that started it, really, because my great-grandfather, her father, fought in the Middle East in World War II, and it's something that my nan was a member of the Royal British Legion, and Sorry?
Your mum and dad go to the British Legion every week?
Yeah, you were saying they go
They go watch
and that, don't they?
have a dance, play bingo, have a dance, watch the band, and have a drink. They're the youngest ones there, like. They're all the others about 80. I mean, mum and dad's are only 60 odd, but they love it.
Yeah, we have that in our British Legion club as well. We have that in ours. But yours sounds a lot better than ours because we do have bands, but not all the time. Probably about.
And they have a jam night as well. Apparently, I haven't been on the jam night, but they get like people like young ones coming up and singing and that.
Ronan, how much did you raise, Shan?
How much did we raise? Well, between our branch, there's only 15 of us that were actually there working the 4 stalls. We had a stall in Asda, we had one by Peacocks, we had one in Aldi, and we had another one then. We had one of our men, the chairman, Mike, he stood at the bottom of one of the lanes, and he stood by Carphone Warehouse, and he stood there by himself and sold poppies and things. Out of all of us that did on the 4 stalls, there were nearly 15 of us, and we raised almost £27,000. Asda were amazing. The people who were shopping at Asda, I can't fault their generosity. They give us £14,000 odd, and that was just Asda. The rest we made then was from all the other stalls we had. And we had a few charity nights as well. Like raffles and things like that, but we raised nearly £27,000.
Yeah,
we don't get paid for it. We take time out of our normal jobs. We take 2 weeks off work out of our normal lives, from our normal jobs, and we do that. I put in something like 220 hours of unpaid work. It's amazing what these people do, and people don't see what goes on behind the scenes, how we raise this money. Because it's not just the poppy stalls. We do different things throughout the year as well.
Yeah, it was Mauve.
We raised.
It was Mauve that was asking on the YouTube stream. He was asking how much you raised.
Sorry, who was asking? Rose.
From YouTube text.
Oh, Rose. Did you say Rose?
No, Mauve. M-O-V. Mauve.
Mojav.
Yeah.
I know Mojav, yeah. Yeah, we raised nearly £27,000 altogether. But I was there for every day for the whole of the 2 weeks, whereas we just had other people that came in. They did what they could. They did really well, but they came in for like 1 or 2 days, and then they disappeared. But I was there. Bob actually ran one of the stalls with me for 3 days. He done it with me on the Friday and the Saturday. So on the Sunday we were in. We had different services and things. I went to 3 services on Remembrance Day. because I had duties to do as well, you know, and I was running around the church with a collection tin and everything as well. So I actually had 3 services to do on Remembrance Sunday. And I had to do food and that as well. We had a church service on the Saturday for all the veterans. The other guys run the stall in Asda and all the other ones. And I actually went to the service. I missed most of it. I think I saw the last half hour of it. We went to lay wreaths down with the cenotaph and that with all the veterans. And I was in the kitchen as well in the church hall making all the food for everybody. And our local MP as well, Chris Evans, our local Labour MP, and his wife Jo, they came as well. We had local councillors there. The mayor was there, obviously, Bill. And, you know, I can't wait to do it next year. You know, I do it every year, but I done it with a different branch last year, and it wasn't so good. This year, I'll be doing it with the same branch. You know, next November, I'll be doing it with this branch again. But yeah, you know, we had a good laugh along the way, as well as, you know, serious aspects of raising money in it. You know, for injured soldiers and that.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know all about it, Sharon. It's up here as well. You know, it's just, it was Mo that was asking, but he's on a YouTube text.
Oh, right, okay. I was just explaining, I was just explaining to anyone who didn't really know what we actually do. You know, but it's not, people think that they're out raising money, you know, the poppies for 2 weeks in November. It's not just that, we're out doing things all through the year. Like, in March now, we got a book for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. We run a bookstore in our local town, up in our market. You know, that goes towards the soldiers. So this summer then we do loads of car boot sales. That money we raise goes to the soldiers. Do you know what I mean? We're working throughout. People don't see how much effort goes on behind the scenes. It's like your wife.
Now, Sean, breathe, will you, woman? Breathe. Give it a rest. Where wasted me. Well wasted me. I'm only
sorry.
Joking, you're lovely, Sean. I love you. You're gorgeous.
I get so passionate when our charity and that. And I was about to say about Beck's wife. You know, I think Beck's wife is fantastic in what she does. If there were more people in the world that actually did things for others, then this world would be a better place. Can you see what I'm saying? You know? If we all loved and respected each other and didn't abuse people, you know, and call them this, that and the other, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't work like that. Yeah,
unfortunately, it doesn't work.
I'm reading that, Ronan.
I'm just about to do one now. Sorry, guys.
You carry on.
Get the lyrics. Beck's just farted and it stinks. Like poo in it. He smelled the whole living room out like poo coming down the stairs. Beck smells of poo. Beck smells poo.
Shut up, Miller. Have you read what Bob's put?
Bob who?
Not Bob. Ronan in the side message.
Oh yeah, well, he said you left you in it.
What's wrong? I don't know, what has he put?
Bob sent Kay here to invite him to snipe the room.
All right. Doesn't surprise me.
Kay was on Bob's hangout.
It's just jealousy at the end of the day. It's just jealousy. Yeah. They make themselves look stupid.
lot of skullduggery going on.
What do they do when you get lonely? Nobody's waiting by your side. You've been running and hiding much too long. You know it's just your foolish pride. Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? I tried to give you consolation when your old man had let you down. Like a fool, I fell in love with you. You turned my whole world upside down. Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Let's make the best of the situation before I finally go insane. Please don't say we'll never find a way, and tell me all my love's in vain. Layla, you got me on my knees, Layla. I'm begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind?
I like that song.
It's not the correct lyrics.
Good song.
It's a live version of the correct song.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, and it's paused. My phone keeps pausing. It's haunted.
Alan Thicke, dead at 69.
Who?
Alan Thicke, is it? Thicke. Thicke.
Oh, Robin Thicke's dead.
Alan Thicke.
How did he? Oh, don't know him.
That famous TV actor Alan Thicke has died. Known as his role as he was probably, right, hang on. Hang on, I'm going into the news story. I don't even know him.
Who?
Right. Alan Thicke.
Alan Beck.
Huh?
Who's that?
Hang on. Oh, he was on the ABC television series Growing Pains. No, I don't know him. He's from America. Never heard of him. Everyone's dying out though, aren't they?
Yeah, eventually.
It's just everybody seems to be dying lately.
Everyone's always died. Like all the celebrities, like we've got Prince, Whitney Houston, David Bowie, Michael Jackson. You know, loads of fucking famous people popping up. Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, but this year has been, it's been really bad, hasn't it? It started in December. Last December, and it's just like everybody seems to be just dying. I know it's what people do, is natural, but it just seems to be everybody's dying at once, like.
Yeah, they do that list. They do that list after the new year, everybody that died the previous year, don't they?
Yeah. It's sad, really, isn't it? Oh, yeah. On everybody that has died over the last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yeah. I reckon we'll
To cheer you.
anyway. Yeah, do you reckon?
Huh?
I reckon the world will be populated anyway.
The Earth, we could support another 2 or 3 billion quite easily. It's just not distributed properly.
Yeah. We need more houses.
Plenty of room for houses.
Yeah. We need greenery as well, though, don't we? You know, like where I live, when I first moved here, there was nothing around the area at all, but the houses have just shot up all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, new houses are fucking stupid, aren't they? Those barrack cardboard fucking box houses.
Yeah, they crap.
Yeah, put your fist straight through the fucking wall into the next room. Doors are fucking paper.
My daughter's father, right, it was funny. He went to turn the light off one night, and all he did, right, he just tapped the light switch, and it was and he was like, "Oh, what the heck is that?"
You know, I've never understood a semi-detached house because it's one skin of brick, yeah, and
Yeah,
a 3 or 4 foot of space. You've got a detached house. For the sake of one more fucking wall, that becomes a semi-detached, where it could be 2 detached houses, or you know. Then you don't get your noisy neighbour then, Shan.
yeah. I want a semi-detached house.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm saying is for the sake of a few feet, 3 or 4 feet, and another wall, another skin of brick, there could be a detached houses, you know.
Yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. I'm with you.
It's just saving on some brickwork, that's all it is.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, some brickwork and, 6 feet of land. It's needed, there's another wall and 6 foot of space, you know.
I love all the 1940s houses, right?
Yeah, stone, proper stone houses.
Yeah, and I absolutely love all the 1940s like fashion and that as well.
My walls are all slate, 14-inch slates, then plastered over, rendered over. I'm not allowed to alter them. I'm not allowed to change them.
You're not allowed to change the slates.
No, not allowed to change the slates on. I'm not allowed to change the walls. I'm not allowed to change the render on the walls. I've got to replace the windows for the same type of windows. Alter the roof, take the chimney off, anything like that. It's listed.
Ah, it's a listed plan.
Yeah, 1657. These cottages were built.
God, old.
Yeah.
Old school you are, Beck.
Mary here, it was old fishing, herring fishing, and coffee.
Coffee. Ooh, ah, just a little bit. Ooh, ah, a little bit more.
Gina G.
Gina G.
Gina G.
You're right. You're right there, Ronan.
Must be doing something. He's been muted for ages.
You don't get much chance to talk. Well, let's carry on and sniping and arguing.
Yes, you did.
I'm a good girl.
A lot of shenanigans going on, Ronan.
Well, yeah. Basically, what it comes down to is that Kaylee person is basically a mole, and so is Armando 2.0. But Armando Gedden Vargas, my apologies, considers anybody a project. So we're going to get sniped. And okay, at least I said something, and everybody else is concerned. I mean, people have said, hey, we're concerned. I think it was Sean. Sean Dias said that, that we're concerned, and Armando basically thinks he can, save everyone. It's not going to work, from my experience in business and understanding people. It's not going to work. But I guess, go ahead, Sean.
Sorry, Ronan. I've had a chat with Armando already. I've sort of lost my temper with him a bit. Everything is okay.
No. You can lose your temper all you want because he's a guy and he's going to obviously make all sort of sexual innuendo and passes at you like he does with all women. Hypocrite that he is about the Bible and what he practices. But if it was me, doing that, boy, he's gonna ban me again really quick. And I know that. It's easy enough. I can feel the knife in my back. Yeah. I mean, I'd go with Bob High, but they're the ones that snipe people. And I don't appreciate that at all. But I do like you all. Yeah, I mean, I really do. I like listening to you all. But if it comes down to it, Sean, please say what you want to him. He's going to basically look over that because you're a lady. And he's going to make passes at you, which is contradictory to what his Bible says for him to do. But that's okay because, he decides he's king. Fine, he's king. But it's better to live, as a peasant here than be a fellow troll from over there. Let's just say that. Go ahead, Sean.
I've never actually found he's made any time. But I find in a problem that
You're breaking up a bit, Sean.
yeah, sorry, I had to move because I was echoing. I got problems with people coming in, ruining it. They want this jealous, they want to ruin it for others.
I'm sorry, Sean. You're breaking up very pretty much. So it's hard to make out what you're saying, please.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. I mean, you're not the one making the electronic connections, so it's just the equipment. You know what gets me? What really gets to me? I'm at the store. I go basically every day, backpack, bicycle, just buy what I'm going to eat for the day. And, I'm moving along with my shopping cart. And then, I come up on this lady and they all say, sorry. And I interject immediately. I said, no, excuse me. It's girlfriend. I call them girlfriends, right? Please, I'm uncomfortable with that, because it's not your fault, and ladies and children first. That's what I believe and I practice, and ladies seem to think that because, if a man comes up, he should have all rights in the world. But the ladies here, but they're polite that way.
That's why he meant it was that women in this world, because women let them get away with it, and they're so insecure and unconfident with themselves that they need a man to feel.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. But see, I'm not insecure. They are, but okay. But you ladies know, and basically in societies, all those ladies know exactly how to maneuver because men are that insecure. Yes, and y'all know it in the back of your mind. You know it. That's it. It's always been that way.
Can I just say, not to do this, like, but I don't need to go under an alias name to troll. I'll troll on my own name. I'll go on camera, I'll show my face, and the words will come out of my mouth, and I'll write exactly the same on the writing thing, and I will troll under my own face. Mike out. Go on, Ronan.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were in this conversation ago, and you were saying about how men always fight for the woman's attention. And you know, if you've got one woman in a bar, and there's a group of lads, boys, men, what have you, they'll all like sort of fight for the woman.
Oh, yes, it is. It is part of that fundamental drive, but part of that idea is that men are not aware or mature enough to realize, right, because of that drive, right? They're overwhelmed by that. Men hate that word emotion, but that's what it is. It's a drive, and it's an emotional drive, right, to survive. And they fight for the female, right? That drive. But they will also gather together to control all the females because men are physically superior. Not that they're better people. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're physically superior. And that's how that works out in societies, plural.
You really think that men are more emotional, though? I don't find that. I find with men, a lot of men that I know, they're sort of closed off. They're closed.
Yes, but see that closed off, that the more closed off they are, okay, the more emotional they are. Okay, that's what it is. They hide that emotion to show control and power, but that's not control or power at all. That is posturing. That is only posturing. Right, I understand the strong, silent type. Well, you ladies understand the strong, silent type, but we're not talking about those kinds of men. The ones that are closed off emotionally, the one that won't say, "I feel uncomfortable about that," because the other men say, "Well, you're kind of weak talking like that. You're talking like a girl." Well, the whole idea is that if I'm confident, I can express my feeling, but I can also defend myself. It's a balance in the mind, whereby closed are usually hostile.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please, after you.
I think this isn't actually being able to open up and tell somebody how they really feel, and appreciate that when a man is able to open up and tell me exactly how he's feeling and what's on his mind, because they can't do anything.
I'm sorry, my apologies again, Sharon. You're breaking up, and I can kind of figure out what you're saying, but
sorry,
it's not your fault.
It's moved. Can you hear me now?
Now, yes, but it seems, I don't know if the connection that when you go on, it starts to and it goes like this, and you're trying to
I know.
explain. Like, and that's how it sounds. You know.
What I was trying to say to you was, there's nothing sexy in a man and telling a woman how he really feels and talking about things. You know, I haven't long come out of a relationship, and that's the problem we had.
I apologize again. I
John, your microphone
apologize.
keeps breaking up.
I don't. It breaks up. It's not your fault. I can't. It's hard for me to accept you being sorry because it's not. You know, it's not your fault. But I understand the social aspects of apologizing. I understand, but it just makes me uncomfortable. Now you're not even audible.
Well, what I was trying to say was, sexy in a man telling the woman how they really feel. And I'm long out of a relationship, and this is the problem that we had. And I used to say, like, what can I, how can I help you if you don't open up? What can I do? Do you know what I mean? What am I
That's
supposed
someone opening up to you. Fuck that, mate. If a man started opening up on me, I'd be like, I'm out of here. Like, don't you open up to me, mate.
I'm used to it though, Petra, because of the job I actually do. I'm used to people opening up to me anyway. That's my job. What I got a problem is sometimes I never know when the job ends. But he had a lot of problems, and I used to say to him, "Look, how am I supposed to do anything if you don't tell me? If you don't open up and tell me?" How you feeling, blah, blah, blah. What, how am I supposed to help you? What do you want me to do? He was an incredibly closed off person.
Well, it's one of those things whereby, for example, if they know something works out there, so to speak, in the world, right, and they come to talk to you, they basically tend to stay with what they imagine works best. So if they started to really open up to you, okay, let's say they did. Let's say you had that breakthrough with that one or many men that way, right? What their fear is and what makes them basically hold that position of being closed off is that if they start talking about their feelings to you, they're going to feel the instant retaliation when they go back out there, because people that they know, because that's who they're going to go out and talk to, people they know are going to say, well, why are you talking like that? Why are you talking about your feelings? And instantly they'll regress right back to where they were in the first place. That's what makes it so difficult for most men, right? That they have that so-called tool, that mechanism, right?
Exactly.
To defend themselves and to open up even a little bit to you, even a little bit, right? They know, they perceive that threat after the fact, right? They perceive that threat of those other men because that's what they're going to talk to, right? For the most part, right? Because they're not going to change groups, right? Or cultures when they leave. They're going to basically stay within their own group. And when they go back, as they start saying, this is how I feel about it, everybody around that person, man, is going to say, what's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? And then he's going to, because they're insecure, they're going to go back, oh, nothing, man, nothing. I'll just, and then they'll say something to cover it up, and everybody say, okay, now you're behaving like the rest of us lads. I guess that's what you say there in Wales. But that's that mechanism there. That's why they can't open up. That's what makes it so difficult, unless they're incredibly confident men. It's like myself, when I used to be in the so-called professional world, right? I'd say, hey, and then they look at me, why you act like that? What do you mean? I'm telling you how I feel about it. Hey, man, we don't talk like that. And I said, well, I do, and I'm the one getting all the girls. You're all the complaining. What's your problem? Right? But then again, I'm confident, man. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of that because I don't want to sleep with them. I just want to conduct business with these clowns. And well, we're not your friend. Good. I don't want to be your friend. I'll talk to the girls. Bye. Right? But see, that's me. Right? That's me. But I'm not saying I'm a rare bird by any means. There's probably many of us here, right? But a larger percentage is those men that you deal with who are closed off. Mike out.
The reason why men,
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's not you. It's the equipment or the connection. Or I don't know, because I'm not that much of a computer whiz to explain how to fix the connectivity problems that you're having. And I feel embarrassed myself because I see now I have to apologize because I feel embarrassed that I can't figure out the problem with your computer.
Come out of this conversation and come back in, okay?
Jan, if you can get on the roof, you might get a better signal on the roof.
It's almost like listening to D-Bake when he's sober. I can't understand a word he says. I'm playing. I'm playing. I'm playing.
Right, out and then jump straight.
Have a good jump. I think because she's on the phone, it's a problem. Ah,
Yes. Yes.
fucking do when Dave sings.
Yes. They suppress the feeling. So far, there's
And
many.
then that's when they end up hitting you. That's when the domestic abuse starts.
Yes. Yes. And there's many of them who suppress it. They don't go to the. There is a small percentage, yes, that go to the point of suicide. Yes, but just because that's how they are established in their group. But many of them have problems with the ulcers, for example, stress, depression, alcoholism.
Chronic pain, you know.
Right?
Yeah.
And if you ever been around a bunch of drunks, you'll notice that they fall into one of three categories, right?
Right.
They're loud, but they're all loud. But then there's some like get really quiet,
Fighty,
and
don't you?
and the ones that like to fight, actually fight, those are the ones with the real problems. Right, the loud, happy ones like myself. You know, when I used to drink years ago, right, I'd start drinking. Man, let's play guitar. Let's play some music, man. Let's get happy, right? And I knew other guys who became very quiet, you know, introverted, and then other guys, a few of them, that they wanted to fight, and but they were nice people when they were sober, but they wanted to fight. So that told me, okay, this guy's got some problems. He's not willing to address because he will not share his feelings.
Yeah, but that works both ways, Shan. I mean, I go quiet and giggly when I've got a drink. My young sister goes violent. Yeah, I just go giggly. I'll get I'll get pissed on here if I'm on around about New Year's time. I'll just annoy people. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean New Year's Day, New Year's Eve will be out, but New Year's Day you got to drink the hangover cure.
Yeah, hangover here, another drink.
Yeah,
Oh, this is an old joke by an American singer and talk show host named Dean Martin. Well, I think it was back in the '60s. There'll be a
oh
lot of
yeah.
there'll be a lot of drunks on the road this holiday season. So please try not to run over us. Oh yes, well yes, but that's just my nature. I'm not saying I made it up and I adapted to it. It was just my nature. I got that. Like my parents, it's like we were talking about beating. There was I think it was Uncle May brought up a part of the Quran which says, be patient with the wife, and if she's disrespectful or disobedient, you beat her, right? And then I came back with the Bible and said, well, the Bible says to beat the child. What's worse? And it carries forward. And my parents never struck us, right? With words, they made us feel so small when we did wrong. I learned my lessons as a child, right? So I'm really, I don't know. I didn't know any better. Okay, I didn't know any better, but now after I basically became a man of age, right, I realized, oh, okay, that was that. But then I also, went about and studied psychology. I'm not saying formally in college or anything, but just on my own. And then I basically derived these ideas, put them together, as they say, and over time, right? Because in business, I had to deal with so many different people, right? Men and women, and I had quickly caught on to, oh, okay, this is what they're really doing, and I could neutralize the situation and basically get them to realize the point. Not that they were going to change, just that they would have to be aware. They would have to be aware of that boundary, right? That boundary, but getting them to open up about their feelings and things like that. Well, obviously, I'm not a therapist, but I do understand, how those mechanics work. Yes, yes, yes. I understand exactly what you're saying. I went about it obviously in a layman's path, right? And I basically pieced it together from different disciplines, not just a specific discipline that you've been trained. Oh yes, oh yes. But most people are basically uh, 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 most into themselves and being themselves, and it's hard for a person just to sit back a little bit and just observe. Try to pick up on those physical cues. Body language, oral cues. What they're saying. And piece that together. I just happen to have a natural skill for it. I'm not the best, I know that, but at least I understand the basic parameters.
the treatment, like schizophrenia is not a proven brain disorder. They haven't proven that it's from the brain, but we do get medication to medicate the brain with schizophrenia, but there's no proof. Way. There's nothing wrong with me. All they've medicated me for is for opening my mouth and telling them my beliefs. How can that be sick just because you got a different thought pattern than other people? Like religious people think like me. There's loads of people in the world, conspiracy theories and all that, or UFO sightings. You know what I mean? If I open my mouth, that's not fair. That's not right. That's not freedom of speech. I've got a diagnosed mental disorder, paranoid schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia, and she was on depot injections, but they stopped that because they weren't working, and she's now, I think she's taking something like 12 tablets a day, but with her she's violent with it. And
that's all schizophrenia is meant to be violent. They either get voices to them to hate themselves or other people. But I've researched it, I've studied it in depth, and I have not got that disease.
Yeah, I was just about to say, she is completely different to what you. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I've read all about it. Yeah, I've read all about it. They get like 12 different voices in the mind tell them, oh, you stink today, you're really fat and you're ugly, go and hate him, go and hate yourself. Mine's nothing like that. I don't even hear voices. I hear something, my own voice, when I go to sleep, and in my dreams I hear voices and I wake up and write it down. I've looked it up and that's spiritual.
Yeah. But my neighbour, she'll say things like, and she can't help it. I speak to her as I'd speak to anybody who didn't have a mental illness. I speak to everybody the same. And she'll say things to me like, for instance, Caerphilly Castle. Oh, now don't go near the water because there's crocodiles in there and they'll come out and eat you and that. And then she said things to me like I've seen it, she said, there is such a thing as a real life Bigfoot. And she said the Loch Ness Monster, she's seen the Loch Ness Monster and that. And I love her. I do try not to laugh, I do. But I think, she's completely different to what you are, Petra. She flies off the handle. You were like me. I'll tell, if somebody give me grief, I'll say, oh, fuck off. I give them grief back. But she's in a league of her own, if you see what I mean. She's a different case altogether. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've met schizophrenics. I know what they're like.
Yeah, she's violent and she kicks off. You can't be. I try not to be alone with her, because she'll kick off over the slightest thing and she'll go for you, and I do try not to be alone. I don't deal with people like that. I just give counselling to people who've been through the case system, who've been in foster. That's what I do. As essentially my job. I don't give counselling. I see people who've got depression and that, but I rarely see people with mental illnesses as, psychiatrists deal with all that anyway. We are just the counsellors. We are basically we're the nobodies basically, it's the psychiatrists that are the ones what's the word? I'm trying to think of the word. They actually diagnose mental illnesses and things like that. We can say, we can give. It's not, sometimes it's not a valid opinion because we're not trained psychiatrists or anything, but we just give people listen to their problems and that, and that's basically what I do. I love my job though, so, I think I'm good at it. I'm helping others, so, and I'll keep on doing that for as long as I can, really. But one day I do really, really want to go on to university and study psychiatry. That's something I really love to do.
You could carry on your job in the daytime and do night school or something.
Yeah, I'll wait till my daughter's a bit older, and that's what I'm going to look into.
Well, instead of going to the pub every night, you can go to night school.
Yeah, I don't go to the pub every night. I haven't been to the pub now. Oh, Monday night or Sunday night. Yeah, I only go really when my daughter's not with me, because I get bored stuck at home. I think, oh, all my mates are in Wetherspoons. Let's chat with them and that. And you know, I don't drink. I drink like cups of teas, and I drink. The only time I ever drink is really, but if I drink Saturday night. Otherwise, I stick to lime soda water or blackcurrant soda water or tea and coffee in Wetherspoons. Yeah, I don't really drink. But New Year's Eve, I'll be steaming. Where did Ronan go? Did he disappear?
No, I'm here, please. Yes, I'm listening.
We thought you disappeared. Sorry, Ronan. Us girls took over again. Sorry, guys.
Oh no, please, go on.
What do you mean took over again? Haven't stopped.
I was just saying about the job I do and that, and you know how much I love it, and you know I'm helping others and that, and if you know, and that's what I'll keep doing. To be honest with you, I wouldn't mind going on and doing psychiatry, but they don't have. Whereas I work on a personal level with people, you know, I actually get to really know people and talk to them. Whereas with a psychiatrist, they have like an hour appointment with them, and then they make on that, you know, basic by them talking to them for like an hour. Whereas with me, it's more on a personal level, it's more in depth, and I really get to know people, and it's something that I enjoy doing.
I never thought I would.
Sorry, Ben.
You know, I never thought I would come across somebody that could out-talk Ronan.
Sorry, I just get passionate. People and that. You know, if, like I said to you, if there are people out there who supported others and actually listened to people, you know, and work with them, I think this world would be a better place, don't you? Wouldn't the world be better for it? If people helped each other, you know?
Well,
Yes,
I know something, Shan. Whoever I was addicted to, by the time I finished listening to you, I would have given it up.
Fucking hell, Shan can't talk, can't she? You fucking talking, Nasa, who's old Nasa?
I don't you know, when I'm giving these sessions, I don't actually talk, they do all the talking.
Are you all out with us, are you?
And I'm writing things down and writing things on the board about how behavioural
I'm going to try and sing this. It's dead hard, I'm going to try and sing it.
So, what do you do when you're talking to you? Does somebody gag you?
I don't talk to them. I'm sat there in a room with them, you know, our green room, in a comfy room. I'm sat there and I'll say I'll ask them things like, oh, you know, let's make up a name. I'll say, oh,
let's go.
You know, how have things been since our last session?
Are sipping as we fly.
You know?
I imagine I'm getting to say,
very tight.
What?
Midnight blue.
I can imagine I'm going outside and saying, only got to
say I can fly so high above with you.
I went to see this
country.
Instrumental.
the mates. I went to see this counsellor. I only got to say my fucking name, and that was it.
Across the world, the villages go by like dreams. The river on the hills, the forest on the stream. Don't drink, gaze, an open mouth. Take it by surprise. Don't know the song. Nobody down below believes their eyes. We're surfing in the air. We're spinning in the frozen sky. We're drifting over icy mountains floating by.
Waiting for. Waiting for.
I don't actually talk to the clients' minds. They do all the talking.
Yeah.
You won't let me talk. Suddenly swooping low on ocean deep, rising up a mighty monster from his sleep, and walking in the air, we're dancing in the midnight sky. They won't let me talk. The doctors and the nurses will not let me talk. They won't let me get an words and edgeways. They talk over me, go, yeah. They don't want to hear anything like, I've just missed an appointment with my doctor, actually. He hasn't been in touch. Like, he's just like, whatever, I don't care. I see a doctor once every 6 months, and I'm diagnosed with a severe mental disorder. And they lock me up any chance they get. And he only sees me once every 6 months. And one time he said to me, I went in his office and sat down, and he goes, so, tell me what you know that I don't, or something like that. What do you know that I don't? He sort of lays me into these traps to tell him things, makes me feel comfortable, so I tell him things, and then he locks me up for opening my mouth.
Don't speak to him then.
Well, I'm not anymore. Yeah, they fucking dodgy psychiatrists are, mind, Petra. Dodgy fuckers, psychiatrists. You've got to watch them. Just don't say anything to them.
Well, I suffer from really bad side effects on my medication, and he's just not asked. Like, he just wants to drug me up even more. You know what he said once when I went? He wanted to get me in the hospital to try this new medication. So to get me in the hospital, he said, "Oh, I'll give you some diazepam. That'll be good for you, and it will feed you up on diazepam, so you'll stay there."
I'm sorry.
One time he tried to sex me. He tried to sex me for 3 months once because I said to him, I want a new doctor and you're deaf. He goes, right, that's it, you're sectioned for 3 months.
What psychiatrist? Right?
Well, North Wales, where I live in Holywell, is meant to be the worst place for mental illness. Is rife with mental illness. So my doctor is meant to be the best mental health doctor around here. His name's Martin Jones. And everyone I've met around here with a mental disorder, which is most of them, they're all under him, like. They all say he's the best doctor, but
why is he suggesting that I don't understand why he is suggesting that if you to take diazepam to go into hospital. No, mental health patients are treated out in the community. What is he? Is he some fucking,
He's like he don't like it the way that I've got my own mind and I think I make things up in my head and tell him stuff and all that, and he can't handle it. Like, but one time I got sectioned and I got a tribunal, and they were all the tribunal people were on the table on the desk, about 7 of them, all saying hello, Petra, hello. And they let me go after a week. They said, no, she can go out. But the doctor was the only one campaigning for me to stay in. Out of everyone, like, he was talking for hours saying, why I should be in there. Anyway, he comes up to me when I won, and he goes, oh, I haven't lost a case in 7 years. Like, that's the first case he's lost in 7 years. Me. And the people on the panel said, well, priests talk about God. Like, so why do you have to get locked up for talking about it?
Yeah, Petra, you need to change. You listen to me now. You need to change your doctor.
No, listen, Sean, I know what you mean, but if I change my other doctor, if I change my doctor and finally found a doctor that believed me, I'd be taken off the sick and I'd have to work. So I've got a good screw here. I don't mind being seen as sick. No one knows me. None of the people that know me know. It's just the doctor's night. And if he wants to think I'm sick, he could throw all the money at me in the world and I'll lap it up, mate. Because if I go to another doctor and he goes, no, there's nothing wrong with you, I'm fucked.
Yeah. But seriously, sounds like why would you stick somebody in hospital to put them on diazepam? Why would you do it? Do you know what I mean? You could take that out in the community. Mental health.
Because he says to me, you're spiritual and I'm scientifical. Now, people who are intelligent, scientific person, like they don't like to hear that they're wrong. Like, he's probably a Big Bang Theory and like science and all that, but they don't like to hear like that they're wrong. And I've told them a few things that make him wrong, and they just don't like being told something.
Yeah, well, he is wrong. He is wrong to say to you he's going to put you in hospital to put you on diazepam. Sorry, but you don't.
No, not to just put me on diazepam. He wanted me to try me on a new medication, and he said, while you're in there, to keep you happy, we'll dose you up on diazepam.
You can do that in the community because my neighbour, right? I know people who, you treat mental illnesses now in the community. Because Margaret Thatcher's seen to that, because when she came into power, she basically shut all the mental health hospitals down and that, and they were all chucked out, and they were treated on the, in the community. And I don't understand why he wants to put. Do you know what I mean? They can try you on new medication out in the community. I don't understand why he wants to lock you away.
One time, because it's this medication that you need constant supervision over, because it can kill you. It kills off your white blood cells, and if it does, you can die. And that's the medication he wanted to put me on. It's one of them that I could risk dying, all to sort this mental illness I'm meant to have. Fucking hell. But you know what? They all say, oh, we all love you, Petra. The doctor and the nurses, we all love you. We think you're great and all that. Doctors like that, oh, I love your life. You're a lovely person. You got a great personality and all that. But they're fucking blowing smoke up my ass.
He's a shit doctor. He's shit. Sorry.
He's meant to be the best one around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying now, if you get another doctor that believes me and goes, oh yeah, they are spirits, like, it could be dangerous for myself, because I went for a medical assessment last year to check my benefits to see if I'm on like the right benefit and all that. So I went in there with a view to like sound more mental than I am to get more money. Like, so it's meant to last an hour, this assessment. So I went in the office and all that. They kicked me out after 10 minutes and didn't want to see me again. Because of what I told them. I didn't lie. I just stretched the truth a little. Talked about the devil, Jesus, shit like that. And they were looking at me and kicked me out after 10 minutes. And then I got full whack for both rates. Like, my money went whoosh up through the roof.
Oh, God.
Fucking hell. I waved my hand when Petra blew that smoke there, and I waved my hand. Smoke away.
This is me last ciggy. 20 fags I smoked. I don't normally do that. Like, yous make me smoke more, yous do. I don't know why. Every time I'm on this, I feel I need to smoke.
Have you got roll-up papers?
I have. Rizzler, they call it on. There was someone on here called Rizzler before.
Yeah.
You can make You can make a ciggy out
I
your
don't
dog
want to put my
end.
nails on, and I've got glue on my fingertips, and that's why I bought ciggies, because I can't roll. The paper won't let me roll because I've got glue on my fingertips, like, and I need ciggies, like, but they're probably all right now.
No. I mean, you can make a ciggy
No.
out your dog ends.
I can't roll out my dog ends. Yeah, but I can't roll the paper. I hate that. I hate smoking dog ends. Even with spliffs, I always leave the last bit unsmoked. There's like half smoked spliffs in my ashtray all the time. Apparently that's the last bit's the one that kills you. Shut up, grave digger, you little fucking cheeky motherfucker. No one likes you. You're a ghost here. No one really listens to you. No one really fucking talks to you. All you are is a foul-mouthed little runt.
Who are you on about now, Petra?
Grave digger tube.
Grave digger.
Yeah,
Why,
that's
what's
what
he
he's
saying?
on the chat. His name's Grave Digger. Like, what a man, what a guy.
What's he saying? I can't see it.
He said, when you talk to a doc and the docs say, wow, you know you're fucked up. Trying to little bash at me, ain't he? Call me fucked up.
Oh, do you know what I mean? That's completely uncalled for. This is the type of comments I'm on about. You know?
My doctor, yeah, he's recently got a hearing problem, and he's got this thing stuck to his head, like, because he can't hear properly. It's like a hearing aid, but it's stuck to his head. One time he admitted, when I go see him in the office, he admitted that he couldn't hear me most of the time. Like, he doesn't even know what I'm saying most of the time because he can't hear me.
Yeah,
I can't find them. Oops.
People making comments like that. Do you know what I mean? If people were more understanding to others' needs, you know, and you know, people's illnesses and whatever else, you know, there's just no need for it. It's just.
I didn't think he was talking to Petra.
All right.
He's talking about doctors, isn't he? He's talking about doctors, so obviously he's talking about me. Who else is he talking about? I'm the only one talking about fucking doctor. Sando for him, Beck.
I'm not. I'm just reading what he's saying.
Yeah, but
he says, I didn't even mean you.
Who's he talking about then? Who else is talking about doctors?
I don't know. I was trying to find the boobs on that last stream. Only kidding.
That's another thing as well, Petra, that I've noticed. You always see men, not all men, not, you know, just some men that I've observed myself. You see them getting into relationships with the wrong types of women, and you can spot what's going on a mile off, and then they wonder why they get hurt. You know?
I'm used to it. I heal up.
Men and women, there's no better or worse. They're both the same. I've known guys that have been hit by women, and I've known women being hit by guys. There's no winners or losers. They're all the same.
Which is why I just made the point that I just made. You know, I see men, and they wonder why they get hurt and that. And it's, you know, when you look at the types of women they're with, and it's like my uncle, right? My mother's brother. He always goes for women with blonde hair, with all their boobs on show and all that, and then he wonders why they end up going off with other men and that, and they always cheat on him and what have you. Do you know what I'm saying? There's always a certain type that he goes for, and they always seem to end up shitting on him.
You never see big ears these days.
It's the same with you know, I can't mention his name, but you two know who I'm referring to. His ex-wives cheated on him, you know, and he went out with somebody else then for 4 months, and she cheated on him as well. Do you know what I mean? It must be a pattern that he's following, and I'm not being nasty, but I can see why. I'm not sticking up. I'm not condoning cheating, and I'm not sticking up for these 3 women. But I can see why the women have cheated on him. I can see why.
Yeah.
Did you fart? You dirty bitch.
I've been eating chocolate all day.
Oh, how can you eat that shit? I'll eat a little bar, yeah, but I couldn't eat all day long.
I'm fed up with fucking pasta and fucking rice and fucking I miss me chicken and my bacon.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to eat anything, get a little bit of what he fancies is okay. But Beck, as long as you do it in moderation, don't do it all the time and have loads. Just do little bits here and there. You don't want to balloon up, but have a little bit of what you fancy if you aren't eating properly, Beck.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Fancy a whiskey.
You fancy a whiskey? I've bought some. I've got some. What do you call it for Christmas? Irish whiskey, Irish cream.
Oh yeah.
I'm for Christmas.
Oh, don't tell Rose.
Oh, it's nice. I'll gladly share it with Rose if she wants some.
Yeah, she likes that.
It's nice. I only have it now and again because it's like super calorific. You know, I think you've got to look after your body, haven't you? You've got to watch what you put into your body.
Guess who's on the text stream, Shan?
I don't have. Oh, Rupert. Oh, hi, Rupert.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to watch what you're putting into your body, you know, because if you sat there eating like shitloads of cakes and chocolates and that, well, you'll be the size of a fucking house in no time, you know.
I'm losing weight.
Yeah, you're on the bike and that, aren't you? You were saying you've lost about 2 stone on the bike and that.
I haven't been on my bike for a few weeks now.
You want to get back on
No. Yeah.
I think all children should have psychology classes in grade school. You know, attitudes about taking care of the body. You know, different character traits that are in people. You know, and to have them understand, you know, how thought processes work. You know, nature versus nurture, and things like that. So they're more well aware, you know, as they go through grade school of their emotions and stuff, because, you know, every teenager goes through that.
Well, you know, that's so rude. You know, it really is disgusting. Like, big, like.
But come on, we tried to listen to what Ronan's got to say, and you were burping every 5 minutes. Bloody hell. Right, carry on as you were.
Yes, and the idea being is, for example, the teenage years, the early teenage years, where, you know, children are going through those changes and they don't really know or understand about their emotions, how to interact with others, and the fact that they would understand that they do have emotions, and emotions have a lot to do with actions, right? Once they understand that difference, they're better able to adapt to certain situations. Boyfriend, girlfriend, they break up, you know, and they have to understand that, well, that's just part of emotions. Yes, you're going to have emotions, but you have to realize that both parties are responsible, and one may do something wrong and the other may be just a victim. and they have to figure out which is what at that time, and not feel bad because if they were the good so-called partner in the relationship, they're not to feel that shame or the blame of making the mistake, and thereby understanding that while they're children, they can grow into more, well-rounded adults where they would not be getting into those relationships where they basically were programmed to fail because that's all they understood
Yeah,
as,
talk
as children.
to destructive relationships.
My apologies, Sean. You're breaking up again.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah, I said destructive relationships.
Bit of an echo, Sean. Change position.
No, okay.
You've heard that before.
Yeah. Yeah, I said relationships. Is that what you're referring to, Ronan?
I didn't quite understand what you said because your mic is breaking up. But
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I think we should. I would like us to stop apologizing to each other for electronic shortcoming because we're not saying anything wrong. But anyway, yes. I think you fully understand that if those ideas were explained to children as they grow up, they would have less problems as adults because once they've adjusted to the point where they expect a relationship to fail, they will behave according to that because I've said it myself, people comfort in pain. They remember more painful incidents in their lives than they do enjoy joyful incidents in their lives. So that's a cycle that they develop as children, right? Because they feel that emotion. It's a strong emotion, that failure. That's what they call it, but it's not really failure. It's just a percentage responsibility where one partner, because I'm not blaming men or women here, it's both because of their nurturing and just their nature in combination in terms of using that facade, if you will, when associating with others. And if this one gentleman is attracted to blondes, for example, and he's always failing with blondes, it's not necessarily the specific color hair, but it's more the attitude that comes with that specific color hair.
I'm going to sing now. Break.
Okay,
break
mic out.
Mic out. Ready? All veils are misty, streets of blue. Almond looks that you'll divine. Some silken moment goes on forever, and we're leaving broken hearts behind. Mystify me. Mystify me. I need perfection, some twisted selection that tangles me to keep me alive. And all that exists, none have your beauty. I see your face, I will survive. Mystify me. Mystify me. eternally wild with the power to make every moment come alive. All the stars that shine upon you will kiss you every night. All veils are misty, streets of blue. Almond looks that you'll divine. Some silky moment goes on forever. And we're leaving broken hearts behind. Paused. Mystify me.
Shan.
Bye.
Mystify.
Okay, enjoy yourself tomorrow.
Mystify me. You're eternally wild with the power to make every moment come alive. All the stars that shine upon you, and they kiss you every night. Mike out.
Shan said good night.
Why she gone and been singing?
No, she's up early, isn't she?
What?
She's up early.
Why did she leave when I was singing?
She needs sleep.
No, that's not right. Why she left exactly the same time I was singing. Sean, get back here.
Exercising or exorcism. Exorcism. Then she wouldn't be her, would she? Right, turn her into a zombie. People. They want to tailor make you, Petra.
What?
They want to tailor make you. They want to roll you into something else.
Yeah, like if something I say or do hits a nerve, then
Yeah.
they'll attack, like, won't they? And they'll say anything. It's like that Alpha Wolf, he's been all right before. Like, I've been nice, can't remember what he said, and now he's saying I need exercise just because I sang that song.
What's that? What's that movie? Everybody's the same. Clunk, 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 clunk.
Do you know?
1984. The Great something. The Great Dictator.
The great
Everybody
one.
wearing the same. The Great Dictator. Everybody wears the same clothes, does the same job. Shit. Yeah.
Fucking space button.
I might take up painting like Ozzy. Paint nudes. Bit of both, maybe. Rupert, I can't draw, but there we go, painting. I watched it on YouTube.
You want to see a picture that I drew? I done it at I was in the spiritual church because I went there for 6 months to try and progress my psychic skills. But I sat there and they were talking and all that, and I drew loads of pictures. Like I think it was spiritual pictures, only little doodles, like. But I'll go and get it and show you. I like the horse I done. The only thing I can draw is horses.
Oh. Yeah, but probably watercolor, Rupert. Have a go at it. A bit of coaching from YouTube. Sandwich and a beer and a bit of watercolors.
It's only a doodle, like.
Night, Sharon. Hold it back a bit, Petra. What's that, pencil?
Horse, yeah,
Great.
pencil. And then
Doodles.
yeah, just have animals in there.
You see down your top again. Watercolor.
I went to art school for a bit, but it wasn't for me. I don't want to go back to education or not like that. I believe that everything I've learned that hasn't been through education, has been on my own. I'm home taught, homeschooled,
Yeah.
and self-taught.
Yeah. That's right. Well, you start learning after school anyway. They only teach you how to learn. Yeah. It's like driving. You don't learn how to drive. You learn how to drive all your life. You don't learn it in 20 driving lessons. I'm still learning. Yeah, you can pick and choose what you want to learn, Rupert. What's out there to learn. You can be selective.
Say, D-Beck,
Huh?
did you make that warmer yourself?
No, it's just a picture I got off of Google Images, Ronan.
We'll put it this way. Yeah, I understand what the joke is about, but the idea of the rainbow colors, going from red to blue. I like that. The red head to the blue balls. That's even better. If you understand rainbow colors, from heat to cold, and
Yeah,
but the colors,
I never even thought of that.
yeah, very creative of them.
Yeah, I just grabbed it off of Google Images. I think I'll go back to my own pictures tomorrow if somebody steals them.
I thought that was a self-portrait there for a moment.
Down a little bit.
I have an artwork. It's an actual bolt, right? The shaft is 2 inches round, threaded, right? And what I did was here they call it super glue, right? And I got 2 nuts, the actual nuts, right? And it's obviously the head of the bolt is hexagonal, and it matches up. And I glued that together, and I call it self-portrait. It's an artwork I made years ago.
Yeah, I used to do them when I was welding out of a scrap bit of round bar. Got a weld runs on it, and it looks like a log then when it's polished up. You know, a tree bark, bits of metal to it that stick out branches, fallen tree trunk. People bloody loved them because they were heavy paperweights, you know.
I also have this other artwork. It's basically a standard. Well, it's in inches. I recall. I think it's 8.5, which would be about 220, 8.5 by 11. Well, a standard sheet of paper here in America, right? And well, it's basically canvas, right? But I framed it. But and the way it's hung, the picture is hung. It's hung at approximately a 30-degree angle. Okay, if you can imagine it, it's a white background, right? It's frame, glass, right, and it's got a level line going through it, right? Even though the frame is at a 30-degree angle, the actual line is level, and I call it the level line, and that's just an artwork. I was thinking of trying to put that, as my avatar, But I got another one when I was building bicycles for kids, right? I came up with a seat, just a bicycle seat. And if you hold the wide end, at the top pointing down, and behind it, I bolted a pair of handlebars that it looks like a bull's head.
Oh, yeah. There's an Irish guy, he's got a YouTube channel, and he makes the swords and stuff for the movies, the big steel swords.
Uh-huh.
Does one, he makes this big, massive sword with all the artwork on it for one of these big movies, and it's a full 40 minutes, but it's unbelievable, and metalwork and artwork.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to remember what it's.
They're very creative.
Brilliant to watch all the different tools he uses and how he welds all the parts together. He comes up with this sword, and at the very end he chops a log in half with it. I mean, some of those artworks people put together out of scrap metal. They just weld a load of scrap metal up and they sell for thousands,
Well, yes, but it's most creative work.
Yeah. Tire rims and, bits of spring, bits of washing machine and figure, and somebody will give them, 3,000. A week's welding. Yeah, it's Rosie. Yeah, I like messing about with metal. I never throw any good bits of steel away. But they hoard it. You ever seen them sculptures they do with chainsaws, Ronan?
Sculptures out of what?
Done with a chainsaw.
I don't understand that phrase.
Chainsaws, electric chainsaws that they cut the trees down with. A chainsaw.
Oh, chainsaw? Yes, I've seen some of those artworks. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
They're awesome.
Just chainsaw.
Yeah. What do you call them? Do you call them something else, Ronan?
What's that?
Chainsaws. Have you got another name for them?
No, that I understand. I understand the word chainsaw to be chainsaw.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah. Yeah, I've used a lathe, Rupert.
Oh no! When I was young, younger, yeah, well, not too young, because chainsaws weren't around when I was that young. Yeah, one of my uncles, he had a chainsaw, and a couple of my uncles have a lot of land, and so my father took us out there, and we
Yeah.
worked, clearing areas, and after I became familiar with the chainsaw, but I never did artwork with it. We had a lot of firewood though.
Well, there's a YouTube one of a guy carving an eagle with a chainsaw, like 20 minutes. Uh,
Do you reckon my reputation's going to go down the toilet because of what I've done before?
yeah, invitation for fucking.
What reputation?
Well, put it this way, right? If it was summer, yeah, hot,
Yeah.
and you were in a bikini, would you think twice about dancing?
No.
No, it's the same thing then, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I can't understand people getting shy about underwear. Because if you're on a beach, yeah, you're wearing swimming trunks, what's the difference between a pair of swimming trunks and a pair of boxers? The difference between underwear and a bikini? There ain't a lot of difference, is there?
Hey, D-Beck, you're talking about hold on, eagle chainsaw carving.
Yeah,
Yeah, I found it. It's basically an eagle that's perched and is looking over its left shoulder. Got his back.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's a 548. Yeah, I'll look into those. You got one of. Well, there's this a couple of videos down fighting caribou chainsaw carving by Jordan Anderson. Man, that looks very intricate. Very, very good work.
I just can't imagine. I couldn't believe his speed. The speed that he done it in. Touches for the feathering. When he feathered the bird. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm running it with the audio off now. It says carved in 50 minutes on August 12th, 2010.
Oh.
It just looks like a tree trunk. Yeah. And he's going after it really fast. Well, yeah, obviously it's time lapse, but he doesn't have any lines. He's just looking at it and cutting away.
Yeah. Ozzy just said there's a guy who lives close to him, does it? Eagles and bears. But I mean, what would you pay to one of those, varnished or stained one of those sitting in your driveway, yeah?
Oh yeah, that would be nice. I guess if I mean, you'd have to treat it so it doesn't rot away or get eaten by termites. But oh yeah, he's using a still. Man, this guy is good.
Yeah, I admire people that can do stuff like that, with such a.
I mean, I like watching lumberjack competitions, but doing artwork is even more fun to look at.
Yeah, I've seen them lumberjack ones where they go up and then race back down again.
Yeah. Man, this guy, he's good. I mean, it looks like it's not a chainsaw, it's more like an artist's scalpel.
Yeah. Yeah, if they use smaller, tools, they could probably even make things even more detailed,
Oh, yeah.
spend more time on it, get more money.
Well, yeah, I imagine, if he came back, with chisels, hand chisels and knives, he could really, I mean, make it
Yeah.
quite detailed, but just for a general pattern, it's beautiful work.
Ozzy just says there's people, he puts them on his truck and people buy them on the spot. Mm. You going to sit up all night and sleep all day, Petra?
Sleep all day? No, I'm not tired at all yet. If I don't go to sleep tonight, then I'll just stay awake tomorrow and go to sleep tomorrow night. Tonight. But it's 4:45 now, and be morning soon, won't it?
Well, yeah. 3 hours till light.
No, I don't sleep in the day. I had a little sleep earlier on today, and which was rare because I don't really sleep in the day. But I had a couple of hours on the couch.
Oh yeah, D-Beck, he switched chainsaws. He had well, you understand radius, right? He had a larger radius at the end of it to begin with, and then he goes to a radius about, I think, about a third the size, approximately.
Yeah.
That's where he's filling in all the feather lines and details.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's the one I saw. Yeah.
Yeah. Got a blue headband on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the background there's a bear in the back of a truck. But it looked like...
Yeah, that's what Ozzy said. He puts them in the back of his truck. He actually just said he gets varnished or stained.
Yeah.
And people buy them.
It looks so natural.
Buy them on the spot.
It looks so natural. The muscle lines are right there. They're distinct.
You probably can't do enough of them.
Oh, yeah. But put it this way, about one in an hour, you can do 8 of them. And they sell for good money, so he earns his keep.
Yeah.
Look at that. Beautiful. Man, it's beautiful work.
This will be what's Monday, 22nd? 2, 3, 4, 5. Christmas Day on a Thursday.
It's a Thursday?
I think so. Monday's 22nd, Tuesday 23, Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a long weekend. A lot more people going out there and having all sorts of fun.
Thursday, Boxing Day, Friday. Yeah, long weekend. Friday. Yeah. New Year's Eve, the middle of the week after. I think most places have got 2 weeks off.
Oh, no, here it'll just be that Thursday, and they'll usually take Friday and Saturday off too. Well, not most companies, but a lot of companies do that.
We've got to get statutory public holidays, bank holidays here. I think there's 2 bank holidays fall in that period. Yes. Yeah, Boxing Day, Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, New Year's Day, and New Year's Eve are all holidays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 days that have got to be holidays anyway, apart from the weekend.
Yeah, you told me about Boxing Day. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. That's when a lot of the stores open Boxing Day, and people take all the broken stuff or stuff they don't want back again. You know.
Yeah, we chatted about that. That's a pretty smart marketing strategy.
Everything you bought 3 or 4 days before was half price or less.
So everybody waits for Boxing Day.
Actually, a lot of people are starting to do that. They'll give their kids money and say, you can go spend it Boxing Day. They'll maybe buy a couple of presents for Christmas Day. Money to, buy their own stuff on Boxing Day. Kind of spoils it as far as I'm concerned, but we've got to watch the money,
Well, yeah.
so they get on credit. Spend, a couple of £1,000 in credit at Christmas and spend half the year paying back the credit. And the following year, chasing their own tail. Consumption. Probably sleep all day, me. I have to put a bell on my mother-in-law. She moves, a fucking bell will ring. Put a bell round her ankle, like a cat. Petra. He's out there. Oh, he's going to send you a noodle pic. I was going to send you a noodle pic, Petra.
A what pic?
His dick pic. Probably be a noodle.
I'm just so beyond dick pics, to be honest with you. I don't really want to talk, like, have it pass through my mind.
Just look one up on Google Images and send them one back. Give me a... I think they know what canal means, Petra. You have
Canal?
to put the fuck. You have to put the fuck before it. I think you spelled something wrong.
L.
Oh. Fucking Nora.
Gordon Bennett.
Gordon Bennett.
Shut the front door.
Why are you, lad? I need a cup of tea. Tiptoe. What was water in the kettle? Fucking tap makes a hell of a noise. Alright, Franny. Who's Alpha Wolf?
No one knows.
He's an alpha. Alphabet spaghetti. By lead. Good. I could put in a chocolate liqueurs. Hey Petra, do you swear in front of your dad? Eh?
No, no. I swear in front of my mum though, but only as a joke, like when I'm laughing around, joking with her, or I swear in front of my mum, but not my dad. No, I'm thinking about it. No, my dad doesn't tolerate none of that. But my mum's like more funny. She'll have a laugh with me.
Mm. Yeah, sometimes you got to swear when you're describing something that's annoyed you. Right. Like that fucking traffic warden.
My mum does tell me off though. She goes, "Oh, sometimes," but I'm joking. Like have you seen Bo Selector with that Keith Lemon one? Bo Selector.
It's not on
Crazy.
tele. Yeah, I've seen it, but it's not on TV now, is it?
No, but like Scary Spice. Oh, making hips. You know, she talks about her fanny and all that, doesn't she? So I always copy off that and swear, like when he swears in there, like to do like things like that. But if I do swear, she'll go, "Oh, stop swearing." The stick my mum and dad are really strict.
I prefer Dennis Pennis when he was interviewing celebrities.
Oh God, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he was funny. He just took a piss out of him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Who's that? Who's that model? That famous model? He said to her, why do models stare at? And she said, "I don't know." And he said, "Because it says concentrate." And she didn't get it. And he even said to her, "You don't get the joke, do you?" And she said, "No." And he said, "No, I didn't think so." She just looked fucking baffled.
I'm just
I
going
can't
to
remember.
go for a poo back.
Okie dokie.
No, I'm going for a
I need
wee.
a cup of I'm staying up. Ew. Where you going, dog? You ain't going anywhere. Open the door this time, come on. Don't shake. You ain't going out. You ain't going anywhere. That's what you need.
Hello, little fella. Hello, little fella. Oh, she's a good girl. A clever girl. Clever girl. Clever girl. Oh, she clever. Mm. He clever girl. He clever, he good girl. Oh, Bella. Oh, Bella. That was the goodest girl ever. The goodest, bestest little girl. Mwah. Chicken. I can see you. I can see you. No, no, you go sleep. You take that, go on then. Let's see if Bella will do tricks. Look at Bella's tricks. Can you see? No, she won't do it because we're on the couch. Bella's the angel in my life. She's my god dog.
Too much the basket, you even out. Not monkey.
Thumper. Are you Thumper? Are you Thumper?
Yeah. It's the last one. Greedy. Buddy-o. Mr. Buddy-o. Is Shan still awake? Bloody hangout. It's going to be a rainy Christmas. It's got a plastic bun now. That bone's plastic, doggy. Bone. I look like that. Who fucking asked you?
What the fuck's he still doing here?
I want my rights. I want my rights. You need to find a troll stream, Al. Suited to your skills.
What's Sean still doing up if you've got work tomorrow?
Yeah, I know. I want to hang out. Think. Up the head up. She'll be excited about her dinner. Words don't come easy to get. If we only well, hang out, she's on first, Al. Oh dear. Didn't You've given him what he wants, a reply. Organized to proceed with no fee. And around about. If United Nations is doing it in about Aleppo, fuckheads. Mm. There we go. That'd be fucking heartburn.
Bella, Bella, Bella. Who's the prettiest girl in the world? Who's the prettiest girl in the world? Bella is. Bella is. Aren't you, Bella? You the prettiest girl in the world. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Mwah.
Yeah, you're upset the dog, you're upset the dog.
I just love Bella so much. I just love her so.
Why don't Alpha come in here? Have a chin like.
Oh, my nails broke.
Oh, we should ask. Ronan to play saxophone.
I'm nowhere near ready to play.
Stay on it, Ronan. Ronan on the guitar, Petra.
Yeah. Yeah, I've even on guitar, boss.
Oh, results. Oh. Yahoo said more than 1 billion user accounts may have been affected in a hacking attack dating back to 2013. Billion. Yeah. Yeah, the life found in deep sea vents have found new worms, snails, and a crab. Uh, sometimes, sometimes she's that stupid now. Lapping air, slow surface warping. Oh, new human footprints found in Tanzania. Oh, goodness, what the- highest wave detected by a boy in the Atlantic, 2.3 feet. Yeah. That's a big wave. Himalayas are melting. All happy news as usual. Look, I just read that. Okay, that enough. Okay. Read. Listen to news headlines. What's that?
An atheist?
I am definitely an atheist, yes.
Now, why are you an atheist?
Why am I an atheist? Because there is no God.
Atheism assumes that you can disprove the existence of a God. Agnostic is a more correct term, but I'm an atheist.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah. I am an atheist, yeah.
I am, yes.
I am.
So you're not an atheist?
No.
So you're leaning that way because of evolution?
Yeah.
I don't believe in there's a guy in the sky that lives in the sky.
You believe in evolution?
Of course I do, yes.
Live science says of Darwinian evolution. It can turn dinosaurs into birds, apes into humans, and amphibious mammals into whales.
What Darwin showed in his work on evolution and natural selection is that we don't need to invoke any supernatural force or power to account for the development of life through time on Earth.
The ongoing processes that are observable in today's world.
Do you think it's a belief?
I think it's just fact.
I think more like facts. There is too much evidence to ignore.
Do you think it's a belief?
No, it's science.
It's the way it happened.
It's logical.
You know, all the scientists pretty much agree with it. It's more of a fact.
When did you start to believe?
When I started to think for myself.
When did you start believing?
When I took my first biology class.
It all started to make a lot of sense. The teacher made it very, very easy to understand. I generally trust the scientific community. Makes more sense than any religion or anything. The fossils they found of all the cavemen, the Homo sapiens, the dinosaurs, it shows clear evidence.
I believe in science.
What's your major here at this university?
Biology.
Your biology major?
Yeah.
You believe in evolution?
Yes.
What's your major?
Geology.
Chemistry?
Biochemistry.
Environmental science and policy.
I'm a physicist. Biochemistry.
Okay, do you believe in evolution?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, I do. Of course.
Yes, I do.
I do believe in evolution.
You believe in evolution?
Yes.
Are you a strong believer?
Yes.
Are you a strong believer?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
A scientific method is based on the collection of data through observation and experimentation. Science Daily.
Could you give me some observable evidence that evolution is true? Something I don't have to receive by faith.
Yeah.
Some observable evidence.
I mean, take a look at what happened 65 million years ago.
Hang on, I can't. That's 65 million years ago.
I believe, millions of years.
So that can't be observed.
We can trace the evolution through the fossil record.
Could you be specific? Just give me one.
Between 6 and 7 million years ago.
Hundreds of thousands to millions of years?
So it's quite a long time.
Yes.
Millions of years.
Yes.
So it can't be observed.
Evolution is not testable over time.
We are condemned to live only for a few decades, and that's too slow, too small a time scale to see evolution going on. Richard Dawkins. We see nothing of these slow changes in progress until the hand of time has marked the lapse of ages. Charles Darwin.
You've got the canine kind, the coyote, and the domestic dog, and there's the feline kind, which is the cats, the tiger and the kitten, and you've got humankind. So Darwin said there'd be a change of kinds over many years. So could you give me one example of observable evidence of a change of kinds?
So, for instance, the fossil record shows the common ancestors of all carnivores, that cats and dogs were once linked, once united by a common ancestor.
How long ago?
This, I believe, was like 60 million years ago.
I don't want something I have to accept by faith. I want it to be observable.
Observable evidence. Well, I mean,
If you're just asking me here on the street, there's not really much I can tell you in terms of observable evidence. Like, we would have to really examine existing data to draw conclusions of our own.
I would have to have faith then.
We would have to have some amount of faith.
Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution where he said there'd be a change of kinds?
Monkey to man, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, a change of kinds.
I don't really believe there's any proof for that yet.
Well, monkeys are the only ones with the 5th digit like we have.
Well, koalas have a 5th digit. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Think we're evolved from koalas?
No.
When I went to Washington, D.C., I saw they had a whole exhibit just on
the Smithsonian?
Yeah, in the Smithsonian.
Oh, wait, so that is just like some stuffed dummies, like standing around a fire.
I know that everyone talks about the missing link for humans and whatnot. I believe that there are connections that are out there that we haven't found yet.
I'm going to trust what those experts did. Those experts came up with.
I have a strong trust in evolutionary ideas based on the evidence presented.
Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds?
I haven't seen it myself, but I believe what the textbooks tell me about it. So
you've got faith in the experts?
I have faith in the experts, yeah. I guess similar to how religious people have faith that God actually exists, I have faith in the experts knowing what they're talking about.
The scientific method must be observable and repeatable. So could you give me one piece of observable evidence for Darwinian evolution?
Okay, I would point to, as one great example is look at the genetics of the stickleback.
What's that?
So stickleback fish are a very interesting collection of species that were recently isolated after the end of the Ice Age.
What do they become?
They're various species of sticklebacks.
They stayed as fish?
Well, of course.
Can you think of any observable evidence where there was a change of kinds?
Fish.
Human beings are still fish.
Human beings are fish?
Why, yes, of course they are.
How long did that take?
A couple of billions of years, millions.
A couple of millions? How is that observable?
It's not.
We came out of the ground as a mammal, and one mammal created...
Come out of the ground? Didn't we come out of the sea?
Huh? Well, initially in the beginning, we came out of the ground and the sea after the great destruction of the...
So did we have lungs or gills when we came out of the sea?
You want to know something? Those that were in the sea, I guess, had gills, and those that were on land had lungs.
But if we came out of the sea, we had gills in the sea.
You want to know something? Who knows that we came out of the sea or we evolved from mammals?
So you don't know?
Huh? Of course I don't know.
I'm accepting that they did their science correctly.
Could you give me an example of Darwinian evolution, not adaptation or speciation, but a change of kinds?
These are changes of kinds.
They're still fish.
They're distinctly different fish.
We have thousands of examples.
Can you give me one?
I can give you thousands.
Just one.
For instance, I would say look at Lenski's experiments with bacteria then.
So what do the bacteria become?
The bacteria are still bacteria, of course.
That's not Darwinian evolution. That's not a change of kinds, is it?
It is a change. It is a change in the genetic makeup of the bacteria, which is
still bacteria. So what do the bacteria become?
A new kind of bacteria.
So it's still bacteria. There's no change of kinds. To summarize, the observable evidence that you give me for Darwinian evolution is bacteria becoming bacteria.
No, it is bacteria acquiring new metabolic capabilities.
You said before that there is lots of evidence for evolution. I just want one observable evidence for Darwinian evolution, just one.
But I gave you some. You don't want...
Not some, I want one.
Wait, you don't want that.
I want one. Yes, I do. I'm pleading with people.
You asked me to tell you when I've watched one species evolve into another. Isn't that right?
No, one kind into another. There's 14 different definitions of species. So I want a change of a kind.
When you're talking about kinds or change in families, you're actually talking about macroevolution. You're talking about changes on the level that separate, say, cats from dogs.
So could you give me any examples of Darwinian evolution?
Well, when you say examples of that, then you have to sort of look at over a longer time frame.
It has nothing to do with faith. Faith is something that I have to, unseen, I have to believe in.
That's it, unseen. Look, do you believe evolution?
Of course I do.
Are you a believer in evolution?
Yes, I am.
When did you start to believe evolution?
I started to believe evolution when I started to think out for myself.
Is evolution a belief?
Well, you know something, evolution is a thought process. Is coming to terms and checking out all the alternatives, like taking a look at the the religion, man-made religions.
Let me ask you again, is evolution a belief?
No, evolution is, well, yeah, in a word, yeah, I could say it could be a belief.
When you say change of kinds, you mean the evolution of one species from another or to another? Yes, we have that in action actually in the Galapagos.
Could you give me one instance?
Yes, we have an example from a group of birds called Darwin's finches.
And you take a look at the difference between the finches on the islands that all started out. I mean, that's very, very observable.
But that's not Darwinian evolution. There's been no change of kinds. What did the finches become?
They become genetically new and anatomically new, recognizably different species.
So they're still finches?
Well, of course, they're still finches. Yes.
There's no change of kind.
Little birds that he had observed.
What did they become?
Their beaks, their beak shapes.
They're still birds.
Yes. 3 finches that turned into different types of birds.
They're still finches.
Well, for example, Darwin and his study on evolution of the birds on the island that he went on to there.
Their beaks changed?
Their beaks.
They're still birds. There's no change of kinds. That's within the kind.
Evolution on the beaks.
So that's called adaptation. It's not Darwinian evolution. There's no change of kinds. There's no different animal involved. I want something that shows me Darwin's belief in a change of kinds is scientific. Darwin spoke of a change of kind. Can you think of any observable evidence for Darwinian evolution where there's a change of kind?
Change of kind. Change of kind. I'm gonna have to think about that one a little longer.
You give me anything that I can see, observe, and test, which is a scientific method for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds.
Test and observe.
Could you give me observable evidence, which is a scientific method for Darwinian evolution, a change of kinds?
Okay, I gotta think about it. So you want the evidence of it?
I would say
I cannot, I think. It's a hard question, actually. Mitochondrial DNA. So, can you repeat the question again?
Could you give me any observable evidence, just one, for Darwinian evolution?
let me think about that for a sec.
Observable evidence, something where we don't have to exercise faith. Something that can be observed, like the scientific process, observable.
That's a good question. That one I'm not quite sure.
You can't think of any observable evidence for evolution?
No.
How do you know it's true?
I'm not sure.
So Darwinian evolution is not observable, it's not scientific.
I guess so.
So it's unscientific, you can't prove it.
It's scientific, actually. You could prove it. It could be proven, just...
Do it for me.
That's hard. It's just too broad of a...
It's unobservable, that's why you need millions of years.
Yes, exactly.
You're trusting the biology majors and the biology professors know what they're talking about, and they can't even give me evidence of a change of kinds.
Well, then there isn't one. If they don't give it, then I wouldn't say there was.
Yeah. I just go on what I've seen and what I've learned from class.
So you believe?
Yeah.
You know what that's called?
What?
Blind faith.
Blind faith.
Faith is the great copper, the great excuse to evade the need to think and evaluate evidence. Richard Dawkins.
Do you believe in intelligent design?
Of course not.
Do you think everything is intelligently designed?
No, I don't believe that things are intelligently designed.
Okay, you seem like an intelligent person, so I'm going to ask you something. I'd like you to make me a rose, okay? How would you make a rose?
I don't have the capabilities to do that.
Hang on. No, it's not intelligently designed, so you should better whip me up a rose real quick. Do you believe a rose is intelligently designed?
Definitely not.
In order for me to know what to make, I have to know what a rose is.
Well, it's got a seed, so you've got to start with nothing and you've got to create a seed from nothing.
Oh.
Can you do that?
No, I can't.
Could you make a rose from nothing?
No.
Can't really make something from nothing. It's just basic, science.
A rose from nothing?
A rose.
Just like, I can't, honestly.
Why not?
Me, I have no supernatural abilities.
All the geniuses in the world can't make a grain of sand from nothing. We don't know where to start.
I can't.
Why not?
I don't have millions, billions of years.
That would be physically impossible. I mean, that would have to. That's not possible.
So how could you say everything's not intelligently designed? Where does that leave you on the scale of intelligence if you say everything's not intelligently designed and you can't even make a rose?
Why do you think there's no one teaching intelligent design at UCLA?
Because they're not allowed to.
We can teach anything we want.
There's a reason intelligent design isn't taught in our learning institutions. According to physicist Victor Stenger, the legal staff of Freedom from Religion Foundation, a church-state watchdog group, has had remarkable success in convincing many institutions, such as school boards and town councils, that they are breaking constitutional law when they sponsor sectarian activities. That includes intelligent design. When the authorities can't be convinced, Freedom from Religion Foundation sues, and it wins more often than not.
There was nothing in the beginning, big explosion of nothing. It became something, and then it came into a rose, and giraffes and horses and cows.
I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying I don't know what happened. That's what scientists have theorized has happened, and
you believe them
to a point.
So you've got faith.
That is true. Yeah.
Could you give me a definition of vestigials? How's that back up evolution?
Vestigial is like, I'm not a biologist, so I'm kind of fuzzy here, but it's like a remaining organ that is not used. Like for instance, our appendix. Rabbits have huge appendix for digestion of grass. We still have a vestigial appendix.
The appendix has no use?
Which we can think of right now.
Your coccyx bone, that was, many people regard that as the tail of the humans.
The human tailbone is said to be vestigial. That is, it's an evolutionary leftover proving that we're related to primates. However, it's not a tailbone, it's the coccyx vertebrae. The tailbone derived its name because some people believe it's a leftover part from human evolution, though the notion that the tailbone serves no purpose is wrong. The coccyx is an extremely important source of attachment for tendons, ligaments, and muscles. Evolutionists also claim that the appendix is vestigial, but it's not. The appendix is actually part of the human immune system. According to Scientific American, for years, the appendix was credited with very little physiological function. We now know, however, that the appendix serves an important role in the fetus and in young adults. Among adult humans, the appendix is now thought to be involved primarily in the immune functions.
I would consider myself an atheist, yeah.
Can you think of any famous atheists?
I believe Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "I can't agree to the claims by atheists that I'm one of that community." Can you name a few?
Famous atheists. Apparently not.
Start with Isaac Newton.
Isaac Newton said, "The most beautiful system of the sun, planets and comets could only proceed from the counsel and dominion of an intelligent and powerful being."
Can you think of any famous atheists?
Yeah. No. A famous atheist.
Yeah, a famous atheist.
Yeah, my dad.
He's not famous. Skeptics' websites often include examples of famous atheists in an attempt to win converts. But more often than not, the famous personalities cited are not actually atheists. This is a popular atheist poster on which are Ernest Hemingway, Abraham Lincoln, Carl Sagan, Mark Twain, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Albert Einstein, and Charles Darwin, along with the words, "Atheism, good enough for these idiots." Clearly, atheism is for intellectuals. But one moment, Abraham Lincoln wasn't an atheist. He said, "I know that the Lord is always on the side of the right, but it's my constant anxiety and prayer that I and this nation should be on the Lord's side." Neither was Carl Sagan. He clearly stated, "I am an agnostic." Mark Twain hated religion, but he certainly wasn't an atheist, saying, "None of us can be as great as God, but any of us can be as good." Benjamin Franklin said, "God governs in the affairs of men." You'll find Thomas Edison listed on Celebrity Atheists, on Positive Atheism, and other atheist websites, but he wasn't an atheist. He said, There is a great directing head of people and things, a supreme being who looks after the destinies of the world. Thomas Jefferson said, "Say nothing of my religion. It is known to myself and my God alone." Albert Einstein rejected the Bible as the word of God and said that the Creator was unknowable and that God, being personal, was childlike. He lamented, "In view of such harmony in the cosmos, which I, with my limited human understanding, am able to recognize, there are yet people who say there is no God. Well, what really makes me angry is that they quote me to support such views." He categorically said, "I am not an atheist." And when referring to those who deny the Creator, he used the term fanatical atheists. Charles Darwin said, "I have never been an atheist." So out of the 8 famous men on the poster, there is only one who was an atheist, Ernest Hemingway. According to his biographer, back in 1961, Hemingway, quote, pushed 2 shells into the 12-gauge Boss shotgun, put the end of the barrel into his mouth, pulled the trigger, and blew out his brains. There's your poster boy when it comes to atheism. Keep in mind that even though some of these men claim to believe in God, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're believers in the one true Creator revealed in the Scriptures, or that they're genuine Christians. However, when atheists use theists or agnostics to promote their godless agenda, they're being dishonest. Then again, coming from those who claim that morality is relative to each person, convenient dishonesty should not be a surprise. Do you believe in moral absolutes?
No, I do not.
Is rape wrong?
Rape is wrong in our culture, yes. And it is
rape always wrong?
It depends on your beginnings. If you say that you have a respect for other human beings, then yes, rape is always wrong.
So there are moral absolutes. Is rape absolutely wrong?
In my opinion, it is.
Who makes the rules?
We do.
So if Hitler made the rules, then he had the majority.
If Hitler made the rules, yes, we would be living in a society that Hitler would consider moral, but which I would not consider moral.
Did Hitler put into practice survival of the fittest?
No.
What was he doing then?
He was murdering people.
That's survival of the fittest.
That's not survival of the fittest.
It is. It's the lion eating the antelope.
No, there's much more to evolution than just this kind of crude kill and be killed model that you have in your head.
I have seen a quote from Richard Dawkins saying, "Evolution in its rawest is incredibly cruel."
It is. Yes.
That was Hitler putting evolution into practice.
That does not mean it was moral.
It was immoral.
Nobody's claiming that evolution is a moral process. Evolution is a very harsh and cruel process.
Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, I do.
You have a dog?
Yes.
Love your dog?
I do love my dog.
Yes, I do. I love animals.
Okay. Well, your pet dog and your rotten neighbor are drowning. You can only save one of them. Who would you save?
That is a tough one.
You only save one?
Why are you hesitating?
Oh, I think I would save my dog.
I don't know why I'm really hesitating, because I don't know. I feel like people would see me as a bad person if I said the dog.
I'll save my dog.
So, is your neighbor not worth saving?
Well, he's not worth saving more than my dog is.
I'd go with the dog.
I mean, you would want to save the animal, so I would want to save my dog.
Well, we're animals. I believe we're all equal. I don't think humans have like a higher place.
So you think dogs are more valuable than human beings? Do you believe in evolution?
Yes, I do.
So it's just a matter of survival of the fittest. Your neighbor's a primate, and you've got a canine, and you like the canine more than you like the primate. Would that be right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's survival of the fittest. I mean,
survival of the fittest?
Yeah, pretty much.
You said you believe in evolution.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
If he drowns, he drowns. Big deal.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that is true.
Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
Any fetus is less human than an adult pig. Richard Dawkins.
So you don't think God exists?
More like I know.
Are you comfortable talking about spiritual things?
I don't know much about them because they're not really capable of knowledge.
Once we're dead, we stop that.
How do you know?
Because it's just what the facts are. Like if you stopped breathing right now, you'd be considered dead.
Jacob, if you were a car and your motor got turned off, that'd be right. That's inanimate. But you're a living, biological human being with the life of God in you.
We are a mechanical being because we have different parts that...
Is there no life in you?
Yes, there's life in me.
That's your soul. Okay, can you handle some questions? They're pretty pointed questions.
Sure.
Are you a good person? Are you going to make it to heaven?
I would like to think so.
Do I think I'm a good person? Yeah.
Are you a good person, morally?
Yes, I am.
Do you think you're a good person?
Yes.
I like to believe so, yeah.
How many lies have you told in your whole life?
I wouldn't be able to count.
I don't know if I could remember.
Can you be honest with me?
Yeah.
How many lies do you think you've told in your whole life?
Oh, quite a few.
Countless.
Uncountable.
What would you call me if I told lots of lies? Countless lies. You'd call me a liar, wouldn't you?
Of course.
What do you call someone who's told thousands of lies?
A liar?
So what are you?
I'm a liar.
Have you ever stolen something in your whole life, even if it's small?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever taken something belonging to someone else?
Of course.
Sure. Yes, I have.
That's called theft. So what are you?
A liar and a thief.
I'm a liar and a thief.
Have you ever used God's name in vain?
Oh, every day.
Have you ever used God's name in vain?
Oh, all the time.
Have you ever used God's name in vain?
It's probably so.
Have you ever used God's name in vain?
Yep.
I have indeed.
It's called blasphemy. It's very serious to use God's name as a cuss word.
I don't believe in blaspheming since I don't believe in God. So if you don't believe in God, how can you blaspheme?
Well, if I don't believe in certain laws and still violate them, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So we're still guilty even though we deny a law exists or we even don't know about it. One to go, and I appreciate your honesty, Jacob. Jesus said if you look at a woman and lust for her, you commit adultery with her in your heart. Have you ever looked at a woman with lust?
Why, yes, I look at many women with lust in my heart.
Of course.
Have you ever looked at a guy with lust?
With lust?
Lust.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Not recently.
I have indeed.
Are you having sex outside of marriage?
No, not yet.
Are you looking at pornography?
Yes.
You're lusting after women, see?
Of course.
Have you ever looked at a woman with lust?
Absolutely.
So, Peter, by your own admission, you're a lying thief, a blasphemer, and an adulterer at heart. And that's only 4 of the 10 commandments. What I'm saying to you is just not believing in hell doesn't make it go away. A judge must see that justice is done if he's a good judge, and it's the same with God. If we die in our sins, God will give us justice. The Bible says no thief, no liar, no fornicator, no blasphemer, no adulterer will inherit the kingdom of God. So, Julia, if you died in your sins and God gave you justice because he's holy and perfect morally, you'd end up in hell, and I'd hate that to happen to you. Man, would you sell one of your eyes for $1 million?
Probably not, no.
Both for $100 million?
No, I value seeing too much.
So see how precious your eyes are to you, how much more precious is your life. And you're saying, I don't care if I get damned from all that which is good. Of course you care. You've got a will to live. Now let me tell you something you know intuitively. You know that creation is proof of the Creator. God's given you that light.
Proof of the Creator.
Yes, we do.
We don't,
I have an
actually.
inside story. I have a whistleblower, and it tells me that you know God exists, and the reason you choose evolution is because it gets rid of moral accountability. Evolution
It's like more accountability.
does. It means your primal instincts, lust and pornography and fornication, adultery, all just primal instincts. That's all. You're just an animal. The Bible demands moral accountability and says those things are wrong, and that's why it's not acceptable to you. That's why you're not seeking after truth. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Oh, I think you're wrong.
I say that you know intuitively that creation is proof of the Creator. God has given you that inner light. So when you look at the genius of God's creative hand, you know he exists because of creation. You are a unique human being, made in the image of God with a sense of justice and truth and righteousness. God gave you a conscience. It's inherent and shaped by society, but it's inherent. You know right from wrong. You've violated his law, and I don't want you to end up in hell. James, if you put your finger on it and see if we can, your struggle at the moment is because of your love of sin, because of the pleasure that sin gives you, and you don't want to give it up. You're like a man with a money belt filled with gold who's just fallen into the ocean. I'm saying, if you don't get rid of that belt that weighs 80 pounds, it's going to take you under. It doesn't matter how much pleasure it gives you. It's not worth losing your life for. Gail, you're not a beast. You are a human being created by God in his image with dignity and worth and purpose. And do you know what God did for guilty sinners so we wouldn't have to go to hell? Any idea?
No.
Well, God became a human being 2,000 years ago, Jesus of Nazareth, and he suffered and died on a cross, taking the punishment for the sin of the world. You and I violated God's law, and Jesus paid our fine. That means God can legally dismiss our case because of the suffering, death, and resurrection of the Savior. God can say you're out of here because someone paid your fine. And then what God can now do is clothe us in the righteousness of Christ. So on Judgment Day, you're saved from God's wrath and his justice because of the death and resurrection of the Savior. If you repent and trust in him, God will give you a righteous standing in his eyes. He'll wash away your sins in an instant. He'll grant you the gift of everlasting life. His last words on the cross were, "It is finished." In other words, the debt has been paid. He came to take our punishment upon himself. So because our fine was paid by another, God can legally dismiss your case.
It's very hard to believe that someone would be willing to pay off the debts that's not his own. As in,
The Bible says God is love.
Yes.
And he's kind and generous and merciful. And in his great kindness, he became a human being and suffered for us. Does that make sense?
Makes sense, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
When are you going to die?
I have no idea.
Well, God knows exactly the moment of your death. And it could be tonight, could be tomorrow. I'm not using scare tactics. This is just straight reality. 150,000 people every 24 hours die. And they're all making plans for next week, no doubt. So please think about this. Do you have a Bible at home?
No.
I'm not talking about a religion that says you've got to strive to get to heaven. I'm telling you, the Bible says heaven is a free gift of God. You cannot earn everlasting life. Doesn't matter how religious you are, how good you are. God commended his love toward us, and that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. And then he rose from the dead and defeated death. And this is how the Bible puts it. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it's the gift of God, not of works, lest any man boast. So eternal life is a free gift of God, and it comes because of God's mercy, not because of anything we do. Make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Do you have a Bible at home?
Yes.
I've been reading the Bible every day for more than 40 years. There's no mistakes in it, Mike. Any mistakes that we think are our mistakes. And you can trust God's word. I mean, think of how you trust professors and science books that tell you you're a primate. You trust and believe that. So how much more should you trust a God who cannot lie? Let me show you how fallible we are. Spell the word shop.
Shop?
Shop.
S-H-O-P.
What do you do when you come to a green light?
Stop.
Green light.
Oh.
So we're all fallible. We make mistakes. So imagine if you're making a mistake when you say this whole of creation came together because some explosion of nothing that produced everything, seasons, the birds, the trees, the flowers, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the marvels of the human bodies. Are you going to think about this?
Oh, yeah, no, I think about this quite a lot, believe me. My brother, like I said, he's a hardcore Christian. He's going to Yale Divinity School right now, so he talks to me about this all the time.
So you've got to think seriously about this. Life is full of decisions. Soften your heart. Don't have so much blind faith in what science tells you, and it's left you without any knowledge of what was in the beginning anyway. You haven't got a clue where you come from. You don't know what you're doing here on earth, and you don't know what happens after you die. Peter, could you be wrong about God's existence?
Yes. And could you be wrong about God's existence?
No.
Well, then I think you're rather closed-minded.
Well, if I said to you, could you be wrong about your wife's existence? You'd say, no, I know her. You'd say, don't be ridiculous. I know her and love her. And I know the Lord and I love the Lord. And he transformed my life 41 years ago, instantly, overnight, forgave my sins and gave me new desires when I had no desires or thoughts of God for the whole 22 years before I was a Christian. Mike, thanks for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. No problem. Thank you.
One more thing, because you're a very intelligent man. Spell the word shop.
Shop? Like S-H-O-P? S-H-O-P?
What do you do when you come to a green light?
You stop.
Green light. Green light.
Oh. Very good.
There you go. Peter, you've been a good sport. Thank you very much for talking to me.
I generally don't engage creationists because it's not good for my blood pressure.
So you're going to think about this?
Mm-hmm. I think about it a lot, actually. Like I think about death and how fragile life is, and how just in a second it could all be over and there'd be nothing.
You know, the problem with those who are unable to see evolution, I think, is they don't have imaginations.
Anatomical clues to human evolution from fish.
Human beings are still fish.
Human ears evolved from ancient fish gills.
We came out of the ground as a mammal.
Heavier dinosaur arms led evolution to birds.
Do you think we're related to pigs? Do you think we've got a common ancestor in pigs?
Yes.
Proof that fearsome T-Rex evolved into a chicken.
Do you think you're a primate?
Yes, I am.
Are you a talking primate?
I am.
Are you a cousin of bananas?
Why, yes.
When whales walked the land.
I'm accepting that they did their science correctly.
I generally trust the scientific community.
I'm going to trust what those experts did. Those experts came up with.
Darwinian evolution rests on faith. And once again, according to Richard Dawkins, faith is the great cop-out, the great excuse to evade the need to think and evaluate evidence. Darwinian evolution requires great faith. The knowledge of God, however, is clearly seen by all mankind. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were thankful, but became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing to be wise, they became fools.
Thank you for taking the time to watch Evolution versus God. If you
family out there to know. Peace, brother. First and foremost, you had something on astrology. The Bible's based on astrology, and that made me go look at some of you. Go to your channel. Look at some of your joints. Peace, brother. Got a lot of interesting stuff, brother. This is your first time on my platform. My name Brother Rich. First time I met the brother. Tell the people, what's the overall message you want to deliver to the people in terms of spirituality? Because you have a very interesting perspective or interesting approach. Before I get into any questions, what's the overall message you want the black family, the global family out there to know? Peace, brother. First and foremost, much love and positive energy being sent to Brother Rich and his platform and all that he has in his cause and effect. My message is straight to the point, it's straight and exact, it's right and exact. It's save yourself. But you have to understand who yourself is. You have three selves. You have a physical self, an emotional self, and a mental self. So when you save yourself, you must save yourself beyond the physical realm. You must touch the spiritual realm. You must touch your highest state of existence, which is your soul, which stems from solar energy, the universe. So the number one problem with black people, I would like to say, is we forget that we exist on other levels. The Caucasian has hidden the abilities of melanin to the point that we forget that we even have it. Every day you walk around black and you forget that you're a melanated being. You're not black. The point I'm making is we have been so confined and enslaved to just see the physical realm that we forget we're being affected on two other levels of existence, which is emotionally and spiritually. Now, physically, we can clearly see Caucasian killing us in the street. The food is trash. Need I go on? But emotionally and spiritually, we be infected through the white supremacist mentality, which is being projected into the minds of melanated beings. As a melanated being, you have no business with the mental constructs of a Caucasian. Anything white for you is detrimental to your existence because it's opposite of existence. The Caucasian can't even live within the sunlight, but yet you can share the same ideology as someone who can't even exist within the natural environment that you can. So with that being said, spiritually and emotionally, we are being damaged. We are being shown mental negative images of ourselves. Everything we hear about ourselves is negative. And the worst part is we have been taught so less of ourselves that we grow up and treat ourselves less of ourselves. So the God concept was once upon a time one with the black race because we were in tune with the spirit, which is eternal, which is you, which is God. This is why you can't see God, because you can't see your soul. So with that being said, the Caucasian has separated us from the spiritual continuum or paradigm of existence and forced us to live solely on a physical construct. So by doing so, he has separated you from God, because we understand that the physical realm is created by the spiritual realm. So if you forget that the spiritual realm exists, then you forgot that God exists, which is your higher self. So in doing so, not only being separated from your higher self, you are being manipulated and molested on the physical manifestations that the Caucasian has created within his demonic psyche, and you're trying to live within that paradigm, which is just causing you even more pain and agony. So now this brings me back to my original
Why the two? Why the two? No, you said before you were born was 2 years. You were an atom, right? And now, just a few minutes ago, you said it evolved from an ape. How the two? Choose one of both. Why can't both be true? How can atom?
40%, 45% of the American people believe literally in Adam and Eve, believe literally that the world is only 6,000 years old. I mean, that's 40%, 45%, and you can't duck out of it by saying, oh, sophisticated theologians don't believe it. Unfortunately, what sophisticated theologians believe isn't really relevant to what the majority of Christians do believe.
Chris, I think, Richard, cue Chris from the Evangelical Alliance, if I may, because you believe it's all true, don't you?
I do, yeah.
So you believe that you know, Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark, you believe, to just take something, Genesis 19:5, two.
Not even uniform in the way it's changing.
Planet that use symbols in reference to something else. The more humanity strays from its origin, the more we deny our bond with nature, the farther from perfection we become. We are the only creatures on the planet that use symbols in reference to something else. We use symbols for absolutely everything the mind can conceive of. There is at least one word or icon or gesture to insinuate everything our five senses can detect, and then some. But along with this beautiful gift comes a flaw. Most people are unwilling to seek and create their own interpretations of these symbols. Instead, they blindly submit to preconceived definitions and connotations given by sources unknown. Because of this, many things have been predetermined in our understanding of life without our knowledge. Words can be perverted and used to manipulate rather than to inform. Symbols can be used to segregate rather than unite. And those given the responsibility and authority to disseminate information to the public possess the ability to do with it what they choose. Listen carefully. Every 26,000 years, our solar system passes through the 12 zodiac signs. Ancient civilizations such as the Hopi, Egyptians, Cherokee, Apache, and the Mayans were aware of this great cycle and developed calendars according to it. This cycle stems from many different occurrences in nature, such as the sun's orbit around Alcyon, the central star of Pleiades, as well as the 260-day cycle of human gestation. This cycle is broken down into 5 subcycles of 5,125 years each, which were thought to have their own age. The Aztec calendar or Mesoamerican sunstone depicted each cycle being destroyed by one of the 5 elements. The cycle we are currently in is the age of the 5th sun, 3113 BC to 2012 AD. More precisely, this great cycle ends December 21st, 2012. Mayan cultures and civilizations were aware of this end date, and Nostradamus even prophesied about it. For Earth, which we are currently in now, is also known as the movement, shift, evolution, and consciousness. Living Maya timekeepers proclaim that the Earth has been through fire, earth, air, and water. The final element is ether, or center. The Hopi believe that the 4th world of destruction closes and the 5th world of peace begins on December 21st, 2012. The great cycle is broken down into what the Mayans believe to be 13 bactans. Earth began its 13th Bacton in 1618, which was known as the triumph of materialism, as well as the time of great forgetting, in the prediction that humanity will lose the awareness of their true bond with nature by means of external possessions. This is where ego and domination became the predominant ambition of the civilized world. Not surprisingly, this time frame was precisely when the worldwide coordination of Pope Gregory XIII forced the 12-month calendar as well as the first mechanical clock onto indigenous peoples. This is what's known as the error in time. Before the inception of the two instruments by the Roman Catholic Church, each year was divided into 13 moon cycles with 28 days each. But the most detrimental part of these two instruments is the insinuation that time was something external, something inorganic and outside the body that we must watch and obey. The 7th century Mayan prophet Picalvatan left a powerful message for future generations of evolution. If humanity wishes to save itself from biospheric destruction, it must return to living in natural time. He also foretold of our accelerated technological society and of the damage of our collective divergence from natural law in exchange for material values. Astrology and the studies of the heavens are as old as civilization. Throughout the past several thousand years, new religions have all but replaced the pagan religions of prior years. Man has been so thoroughly fascinated with these objects in the sky that they formed constellations from them and applied stories to them. In Greek mythology, these were personified as the gods. We notice in the structures that still stand to this day that the most ancient of civilizations put forth more wealth, power, time, and effort into the locations of the stars than any other practice. This is commonly written off as simple curiosity. But the truth is becoming clear by the day as we close in on the 0 year of December 21st, 2012. It is a common misconception that the pagan religion is rarely practiced today. In fact, paganism in its evolution is the most widely practiced form of religion. You may ask yourself how this is possible. The answer is hidden in nearly all of our current popular religions. But who would have the power and the desire to integrate a seemingly long-gone religion into such popular opposite denominations? Dr. Adam Weishaupt was born on February 6, 1748 in Ingolstadt in a city in Bayern, or Bavaria, Germany. This interesting character was the son of a rabbi and converted to Catholicism after his father's death. After studying French philosophers such as Voltaire, he supposedly learned the teachings of Satanism in the French royal court. World-famous central banker Mayer Amschel Rothschild of the Rothschild dynasty chose Weishaupt to create the Coven of Golden Dawn, which to this day is Rothschild's private coven. Amschel Rothschild, for those who are unaware, instigated the American Revolution, America's supposed liberation from Britain. Rothschild instructed Weishaupt to create the ancient illuminated seers of Bavaria. This is better known as the Order of the Illuminati. The name in Luciferian teachings means the bearer of the light, the illuminated, or the enlightened one. The Areopagite, or tribunal, was the inner circle of the Supreme Order, and were the only ones privy to secret meetings. In Nesta Webster's book, The World Revolution, she states, "The art of Illuminism lay in enlisting dupes as well as adepts, and by encouraging dreams of honest visionaries or the schemes of fanatics, by flattering the vanity of ambitious egotists, by working on unbalanced brains, or by playing such passions as greed and power to make men of totally divergent aims serve the secret purpose of the sect. People with money were welcomed but kept oblivious to actual secrets. The purpose is to win power and riches, to undermine secular or religious government, and obtain the masters of the world." The goal of the order was and still is to one day deliver the human race from all religion. Progression through the political and religious hierarchy was obtained by blackmail in the form of bribing people in power with sex from local prostitutes. In the 16th and 17th century, high-ranking officials in political or religious organizations were liable to be sentenced to death for such acts. In 1780, Baron Franz Friedrich Knigge was recruited. He was the most instrumental person in the marriage of the Masons and the Illuminati. This allowed the Illuminati to expand rapidly with the use of Masonic lodges. On August 29, 1781, Congress of Wilhelmsbad declared the alliance official. Those in attendance were put under oath, never to reveal what took place in that meeting. Comte de Virio, a mason from Martinez State Lodge at Lyons, was questioned about the meeting upon his arrival home. He stated, "I can only tell you that all this is much more serious than you think. The conspiracy which is being woven is so well thought out that it will be, so to speak, impossible for the monarchy and the church to escape it." He later denounced the Illuminati. Sir John Dee. John Dee was a servant to Queen Elizabeth Tudor of the Tudor dynasty. John Dee was the head of the British Secret Service, the MI5. He was also known for the practice of black magic and his affiliation with the occult. If this is your first time hearing about the occult or are unaware of its dominance in the world to this day, pay close attention. Pagan symbols, gods, rituals, and doctrines are the basis for most every religion practiced throughout the world. The Christian or Catholic symbols of the cross derive from the solstice and the equinox division lines on the zodiac calendar. The word heaven is in reference to what pagan religions referred to as the heavens, or galactic bodies. And the crossing of the age of Pisces into Aquarius is actually in reference to constellations, which interestingly enough occur at the exact same time as the great cycle prophesied by the Maya, as well as many other cultures. As said before, pantheistic rituals are prevalent in all monotheistic religions today. Circumcision is a pagan ritual, marking males in a ceremonial fashion. Weddings are pagan by nature in the wearing of a ring, which symbolizes the ring of Saturn. Funerals follow the same pagan-derived ritual when a sacred geometrical tomb is placed over a grave to embody and immortalize the spirit. Baptism is a ritual to submerge a child in holy water to symbolize the renewal of life, just as rain replenishes the earth. The Holy Grail filled with wine is a representation of the blood that comes from the birth canal during menstruation, not the blood of Christ. This ritual was taken over by the patriarchal society. Males could not give life as women do, so to symbolize a male giving life was to draw blood, which could only be done by injury. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Isis was the personification of wisdom. Pharaoh Akhenaten changed the worship to himself as he proclaimed himself Amun-Re, the sun god. The word Amen at the end of a prayer spawned from the praise given to Amun-Re. From there, the Hebrews left Egypt and traveled north into the Middle East, where they encountered the Canaanites, who worshipped the god of Saturn, El. The merging of these three gods became the name of the land today, which is known as Isis, Re, El, or Israel. 98% of Judaism is based around the worship of Saturn. And the sacred day of worship is Saturday. The worship practice on Sunday is originated from the Egyptians who worshiped the sun god. Most people simply pass these things off and never question their origins, but this just scratches the surface of the pagan influence over the present day. It is not just found in religions, it is found right here in our own backyard. On January 22nd, 1783, Congress ratified a contract stating that all bills of credit emitted, monies borrowed, and debts contracted by or under the authority of Congress before the assembling of the United States in pursuance of the present Confederation shall be deemed and considered a charge against the United States for payment and satisfaction whereof the United States and the public faith are hereby solemnly pledged. The party that the U.S. owed these loans to? King George. I hope this paints a picture for you of how Great Britain funded both sides of the revolution. To this day, Great Britain collects taxes from the United States via the IRS. The IRS isn't even an agency of the United States government. If you don't believe me, look up IRS publication 6209. The FCC, CIA, FBI, and NASA were never part of the United States government. The U.S. government only holds shares of the stock in various agencies. Social Security numbers are also issued by the UN through the IMF. The Civil War, which lasted from 1861 to 1865, was also instigated by Amschel Rothschild to divide the United States and force it into debt with a central bank. The goal was to put the country of the US back into the hands of Britain through huge loans taken out for munitions. To do this, it was crucial to put a controversial issue in limbo such as slavery. Knowing full well that the Declaration of Independence would create an uproar among southern states that depended heavily upon slave labor, it was signed in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by 35 people, 33 of whom were Freemasons. John Brown was a Mason and a Rosicrucian who was brought to power by William Lloyd Garrison and Senator Charles Sumner, both descendants of the Illuminati bloodline. With the help of the New York Times, John Brown was built up to be a hero in the anti-slavery movement. Ulysses S. Grant, former president, was born Hiram S. Grant. This name was given to him by his father, Master Mason Jesse Root Grant. Jesse Root Grant worked for John Brown's father and then went on to work for E.A. Collins, one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines. Ulysses S. Grant was brought to power rapidly with help from Collins. From April 1861 to May 1864, Grant went from the rank of private to commander-in-chief of the entire Union Army. Once Grant was appointed president, his cabinet consisted of 8 Freemasons, including Alphonso Taft, which was William Taft's father, who was also an ancestor of Bill Clinton. Jonas Mills Bundy was one of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines, who was also the presidential advisor to Grant as well as the next 2 presidents. And cabinet member Columbus Delano was Franklin Delano Roosevelt's grandfather. In November 21, 1933, President Franklin Roosevelt wrote, "The real truth of the matter is, as you and I know, that a financial element in the large centers has owned the government ever since the days of Andrew Jackson." Abraham Lincoln's father was A.A. Springs, who was part of the Rothschild dynasty. Lincoln's half-brother worked for Louis Cass Payzer in the Merovingian dynasty, which was the 13th Illuminati bloodline. Payzer also owned Jekyll Island, which was where the Federal Reserve Bank was created. In the mid-1800s, Abraham Lincoln and the Whigs were trying desperately to keep Andrew Jackson from establishing a gold standard called the Independent Treasury System. Lincoln and his party fought to set up a central bank, making such public speeches as, "Under a gold and silver standard, all will suffer more or less, and very many will lose everything that renders life desirable." This statement resounds elements of scare tactics in this speech and other speeches on the matter given by Abraham Lincoln. They give no real evidence or explanation. In the early 1900s, after a failed attempt for Woodrow Wilson to set up what was called the League of Nations following World War I, Wilson and his advisor, Colonel House, set up the Institute of International Affairs. This institute had 2 branches, one set up in England called the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and the Council on Foreign Relations was incorporated as the American branch in New York on July 29, 1921. Founding members include Colonel House, J.P. Morgan, John D. Rockefeller, and a few others. A national income tax was declared unconstitutional in 1895 by the Supreme Court, but a constitutional amendment was proposed in Congress by Senator Nelson Aldrich. This makes much more sense when you notice that Nelson Aldrich was also known as being the authentic voice of J.P. Morgan and later married into the Rockefeller family. Today, 27 to 35% of American workers' pay is taxed, and this money goes to a central bank called the Federal Reserve, or the Fed. For those of you who are unaware of the Federal Reserve Bank and what it is capable of, it is a non-government-owned bank that provides the U.S. with all of its currency. They control the inflation rate by the amount of money in circulation. Yet the most amazing aspect of the central bank is the suspension of specie payments, in which the Fed can refuse to pay their obligations, yet taxpayers must pay their debts or go bankrupt. In other words, the suspension of specie payments is the central bank's right to breach a contract with no penalty whatsoever. In even simpler terms, it's called theft. How is it that the Fed is allowed to breach any contract they wish without penalty from the government? The answer is simple. The Federal Reserve Bank has power over the government instead of under it. Carroll Quigley, Bill Clinton's mentor while at Georgetown University, wrote of central banks, "They want nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands, able to dominate the political system of each country and the economy of the world as a whole. controlled in a feudalist fashion by the central banks of the world acting in concert, by secret agreements arrived at in frequent private meetings and conferences. It is important to note that nearly all of the founders of the Federal Reserve Bank were involved in the conception of the Council on Foreign Relations. Since 1934, when the Fed was established, almost every United States Secretary of State, all Secretaries of War or Defense since Henry L. Stimson, almost every head of CIA since Allen Dulles, nearly all presidential candidates, Dwight D. Eisenhower, JFK, Richard Nixon, and Bill Clinton were members of the CFR. George Bush Sr. was actually the CFR director from 1977 to 1979. Understand that all of these high-ranking government positions were lobbied into place by the organizations set up by the international banking cartel. There are secret meetings held everywhere by many of the same members in the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the Club of Rome, the United Nations, and the two branches of the Institute of International Affairs. These groups make up what is known as the Round Table, developed by Cecil Rhodes. Other offshoots or preliminary groups are the Bohemian Group and Yale University's Skull and Bones organization, which we all know George W. Bush, George Bush Sr., and John Kerry were all a part of. Most every meeting by these groups are attended by the most powerful government officials, corporate leaders, media moguls, and royal families in the world. These meetings are held in secret and not a word of them reaches the mainstream media. How is it that so many powerful people can attend meetings alongside the mainstream media and not a mention of it makes it to the public? This all may start making more sense when you start understanding that common citizens aren't meant to know what is happening at the top. Is there any dispute that to gain power in our day and age, it takes strategy and intelligence rather than brute force? Logic will tell you that in any sport or game, to claim victory, you must keep your moves strategic and secret. Why would it be any different in global politics?
If I bring up chess master up here and ask him, what are the principles by which I can become a master of the game of chess, he'll say these four things. He'll say that you need a sense of patience. Now, if you don't have patience, don't even try to begin the game to learn it. He'll say you need a sense of timing. If you don't have a sense of timing, don't open the book. You have to have knowledge of your opponent, right? And then the fourth one that they'll tell you is that you need to have the willingness to make any and all sacrifices. Now, ladies and gentlemen, why are the dark side winning the game? It's because they've got infinite patience. They've been working on one thing for 50,000 years. I call that patience. They got a brilliant sense of timing because they know all about the astrology and the divination that we forgot, that our agricultural ancestors all knew about. Well, we're with the Julian calendar and we're not interested in any of that stuff anymore. We're slaves of the watch, but we don't know about the higher time to rule our own lives by. They have amazing knowledge of you, right? They have intense knowledge of us, their enemies. And the fourth one is the clincher, isn't it? Because they're willing to make any and all sacrifices when and wherever they need to do it.
But Adolf, that would break our treaty. You're a good guy. Why, you hate war. You wouldn't go back on your word.
Are you kidding?
George W. Bush is a direct descendant of Godfrey de Bouillon. The Bouillons were servants of Pope Gregory VII and led the European noblemen into the crusade in order to recapture Jerusalem from the Islamic faith. He became the first king of Jerusalem and Duke of Lower Lorraine, which was known as a major region for the bloodline linked to the Illuminati. Bush is closely related to every European monarch. He is the 13th cousin of Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles. He also has kinship with every member of the British royal family, the House of Windsor. The House of Windsor is known for abandoning their German names after World War I due to criticism of the people. A lesser-known fact about the House of Windsor, however, is the heavy funding contribution to bring Adolf Hitler to power in the rise of World War II. The swastika is actually a symbol of the sun, referencing to the sun order of the occult. The word Nazi is actually Nazi, one of the Anunnaki children of Mother Goddess Ninharsog in the Sumerian texts. And even the word Holocaust is actually Yiddish for burn sacrifice offering. Heinrich Himmler was the commander of the SS and one of the most powerful men in Nazi Germany. Himmler was a seventh-ray occultist and was very influenced by the book Astara by George Luns, who was an Austrian mystic. This occult book mapped out the plan for a cleansing of ethnicities and bringing about one race, and to revive the ancient tradition of the Knights Templar of the Middle Ages. The Knights Templar were a group largely killed off by the French monarchy. The remaining Templar created many Masonic orders and secret societies throughout Europe, from which the Illuminati is believed to have originated. It's important to note as well that the Bush family's ancestor, Godfrey de Bouillon, was a Holy Templar himself. To this day, every single United States president, with no exception, has a direct bloodline relation to British monarchs. And on December 20th, 1993, George Herbert Walker Bush was knighted by the Queen of England as a Knight Grand Cross of the Most Honorable Order of the Bath for his leadership in the Gulf War. Does it strike you as odd that our president, our leader, kneeled before the Queen of England in a ceremony that symbolizes allegiance? So what does this all mean? It simply means that throughout every major civilization, political power has remained in a select few bloodlines, and it is desperately held in the same manner today. It is openly admitted to the public that major leaders worldwide are part of secret fraternal orders or secret meetings. But what is not disclosed to the public is the purpose of these meetings. So let me spell this out for you. The major leaders from around the world are part of a united effort to remain in power forever. To do so, the people are lured into the trap of perpetual debt, making it impossible to be repaid by the people. So in turn, all property and assets will be repossessed by the debtor. For those of you who are unaware what it means when a government owns everything of yours, it's called socialism. All of this is part of an ultimate goal of the mystery religions. The mystery religion is the paganism we've been talking about all along. But the pagan religions known to the public today are nowhere near as involved as the mystery religion. It is much less confusing than you think. Try to imagine this practice as less of a religion and more of an ambition. The ambition is to reach enlightenment. There is no superhuman intelligence or fantasy involved in this. The gifts of God are very simple. Omnipresence. The power of one being or consciousness to be everywhere at once. Omniscience. The power of knowing everything that can be known. And omnipotence. To have unlimited power. We see all of this today. It cannot be denied. If you still don't believe that the mystery religion is present today, just look around you. There are literally thousands of statues and emblems of ancient religions on every political establishment. Even on military uniforms, these symbols are found everywhere, but not only in our country. The same emblems are found on every nation's military uniform. And why would this be? Because a life taken at a chosen time, place, and a specific manner, it becomes a sacrifice. And to further illustrate this point, on March 20th, 2003, President Bush launched a bombing of Baghdad at 5:50 Baghdad time. This lasted into March 21st. It was called shock and awe by the mainstream media. But according to the mystery religion, this date is known as the Eve of Ostara, more commonly known as the spring or vernal equinox. Occultists worship the goddess of the earth, Gaia, on this day. The Druids knew this date as the spring fertility rite, the day of feast. The war was promptly ended on May 1st, 2003. This date is known in the Druidic calendar as Beltane, or Walpurgis Night. It was named after Saint Walpurga, who was the pagan goddess of fertility. From March 20th to May 1st, the pagan ritual is to give blood to the earth and renew life to the goddess of fertility. What better time frame to declare a bloody war on the days of a ritual sacrifice and end it exactly when the pagan ritual ends? The parallels are uncanny. These are all facts written in many different sources around the world and are available to anyone to discover. Connecting the dots is up to you, but make your own decisions instead of settling for conclusions that others have put in place before you.
The right answers are what you decide are the right answers. Maybe everything I'm telling is wrong. I mean, I can tell you what I think happens to be more or less right, but there isn't any reason why you should pay any attention to it.
Now you know why they're out to destroy you. Today there is so much confusion about what Christianity is, because everything I thought that was Christianity, I found out wasn't. If this continues, there will be an overthrow of all things. Yea, this change and overthrow is deliberately planned. There is nothing going on today in the United States of America by accident. Nothing. There is nothing going on in the Catholic Church today that's happening by accident.
They were acting on an ancient hope that is meant to be fulfilled. If you understand esoteric writing, what you do is you try to confuse so the common people like you will not understand what's said. So you take an idea and you put it at the beginning and the end of the sentence, and then you intersperse all sorts of things in the middle to confuse common people like you. And it all goes back to these ancient times and tapping into the mystery religions. The occult is in total working control of America today, and that is why we're at war in the Middle East. What is it all about? It is part of the continuing world revolution. It is part of the move to bring about World War III and ultimately then the one world order and the new world religion.
This information is backed up by scholars, teachers, philosophers, doctors, and professionals in every respective field, all around the world. The reasons why the majority of people don't know about this is because over 80% of the population gets their world news strictly from the mainstream media. And if you trace every major media station's chain of command to the top, you will find the same people who own the corporations that lobby every high-ranking political official into place. And for those of you who are unaware of this one world government and one world religion, I challenge you to do an internet search on the New World Order. You will be overwhelmed by the amount of people trying to get the word out to the masses. This exemplifies the findings that 87% of the population formulates their belief structure according to other people's ideas. Only 13% formulate their beliefs on logic and evaluation. And sadly, the two greatest factors that lead to the ignorance of the public are as follows.
You support the mission? Voices over here? How brave you are! Real careful as you march towards that Capitol building. Be real careful for who you think is in there waiting to help you. Be real careful.
Groupthink.
Unless we, the people, say no, this will not be tolerated.
It is a term to describe a group unwilling to look beyond the overall consensus of the herd. Many times, it is out of a lack of drive or ambition to ask original questions to arrive at genuine answers. But more importantly and dangerously, it is also an occurrence that spawns from the fear of looking foolish in front of peers. Both religion and politics are forms of groupthink. Words such as patriotism and faith are both fancy words that ultimately mean blind submission. Supposedly, it is considered heresy or unpatriotic to question the words of your leader. So the fear of upsetting the superior higher power has forced the herd to practice groupthink regardless of what it leads to. And one of the greatest examples of groupthink is the stigma given to conspiracy theories. The phrase conspiracy theory gives a distinct impression to the average person. The JFK assassination, Area 51, Roswell, government cover-ups, strange disappearances. These subjects probably sound a bit too fantasy for the average person, and it's quite understandable. They're supposed to sound made up. Throughout the mistranslation of time and embellishment of these stories, facts were added or omitted. Some may be true and some may be false, but one thing is for sure. If a global secret needed to remain hidden yet began emerging among the public, the best cover-up is to embellish or alter the story until it sounds ludicrous. So what happens when the secret involves the government and the government has intimate ties to the mainstream media? And the mainstream media, as said before, has been proven to sway at least 80% of the public's opinion. The logic is undeniable. Media in every form is put in place to make people feel stupid for even keeping an open mind towards conspiracy theories. Movies, books, fairy tales, and folklore are all tools to make the average person feel insane for supporting or believing in a conspiracy. And why shouldn't they? Our leaders have no problems telling us not to investigate or believe in these theories.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves.
The most basic of pagan practices is the control of human population to have a perfect balance between man and nature. The goal is to bring the population down to 500 million, which is over a 90% reduction in humanity. Now that we have abandoned everything we've been trained to think prior to this moment, we can start looking at the world for what it is, instead of what people tell us it is. Open your eyes today as if you've never seen the world before, and you will begin to notice that the goal of population reduction is everywhere around us.
Let me assure you that absolutely nothing that I'm going to tell you is exaggerated, is interpolated, or is imagined. Everything I'm going to tell you is documented. He who controls food controls the world. Well, they said in 1962, we're going to work toward total global implementation of Codex Alimentarius on December 31st, 2009. They were sort of guidelines. Now, Codex Alimentarius Commission is administered by the World Health Organization, WHO, and the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. They fund Codex and they run it at the request of the UN. So they're mommy and daddy to Codex Alimentarius. In 1994, Codex, with no notice here in this country whatsoever, declared nutrients, put on your intellectual seatbelts, declared nutrients to be toxins. They're poisons. Under Codex, every dairy cow on the planet must be treated with Monsanto's recombinant bovine growth hormone. Furthermore, under Codex, every animal used for food on the planet must be treated with subclinical antibiotics and must be treated with exogenous growth hormones. If you do the numbers in the WHO FAO projections, the epidemiological projections, they estimate, not I, that just the vitamin and mineral guideline alone, when it goes into global implementation on December 31st, 2009, will result in a minimum of 3 billion, that's B, bad, big, billion deaths. 1 billion through simple starvation. Those folks who die are not particularly economically successful from the point of view of the corporations. But the next 2 billion, they will die from the preventable diseases of undernutrition. Who will live? Probably those people who are wealthy enough and powerful enough to have their own pushers of clean food and nutrients. So we need your help, because the United States leadership is what's going to literally save the population of the planet.
The UN has put out dozens of public documents where they're calling for an 80% world population reduction. In fact, at the Beijing Women's Conference, the World Conference, back in 1997, the head of the UN Food Program said, "We will use food as a weapon against the people."
66% of United States residents' public water is fluoridated. It is known to have tremendous effects on bone cancer, joint problems, bone weakness, lowered estrogen and testosterone levels, and dental fluorosis, which is yellowing of the teeth and pitting in the enamel. Wouldn't it make more sense to enhance public water with vitamins which are meant to be ingested to promote overall health, rather than putting such a toxic chemical in our water with a bogus explanation that it will improve our dental health? We now know that fluoride causes more dental problems than it solves. Something doesn't seem right about this. Do you honestly believe that these companies care deeply enough for the people to spend large amounts of their own money to fluoridate public water when the people already purchase their own toothpaste? But there's a difference between toothpaste and drinking water. We don't ingest toothpaste. If you go to any hardware store and look at any rat poison product, you will only find one ingredient: sodium fluoride. It is the most toxic ionic molecule outside of potassium dichromate. Now, Dannon, along with other companies, have begun fluoridating bottled water. It is becoming increasingly difficult to get away from. And the fact that fluoride is also used in many prescription antidepressants shows that it eliminates aggression and motivation in people.
Fluoride, to my knowledge as a physician, has absolutely no biological benefit whatsoever.
But one of the significant things is that the Russians carried out all sorts of experiments on the people living in the Gulag. One of them, of course, was to fluoridate the water. Why? To fluoridate the water, why people are not as aggressive as they ordinarily would be. In fact, what is the active ingredient in Prozac that is so widely distributed in America today? Well, it's a fluoride compound.
And now we are finding that public water nationwide is showing up with arsenic, lead, cadmium, and thermonium, which is a radioactive form of lead. Cancer, lowered sex drive, birth defects, sedation, and brain defects. Does this not sound like a wonder drug for anyone aiming to control a population?
It's quite astonishing, Paul, the degree to which environmentalists have not been educated about fluoride. You know, people have an unconscious trust in their doctor or their dentist, and if you can persuade doctors and dentists that fluoride is safe and good, then you're able to reach the rest of the nation. People believe their doctors and dentists, and that was a way of promoting fluoride for Bernays. Fluoride was killing their cattle, destroying their crops. Fluoride given to rats had produced bone cancer and liver cancer, and that those results had been doctored to make it look as though fluoride hadn't caused as much cancer.
The pattern that we saw, it typically is what we see with other neurotoxic agents that are well known to cause a hypoactivity or a memory problem or an IQ problem. When I first presented the results of these studies, one of the individuals sitting and listening to the results, he says, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" And he says, "You're telling us that we're reducing the IQ of children." And basically I said, yes.
aspartame, the artificial sweetener found in almost every low-sugar or sugar-free product on the market.
First of all, aspartame is made up of three things: methanol, which of course is what produces blindness, aspartic acid, and phenylalanine. These are all poisons. Aspartic acid, of course, produces brain lesions. This was known back in the early 1970s. Methanol produces blindness. Phenylalanine is what you see in the brain, and in high dosage it produces trauma.
We're not making this all up. The FDA did publish back in, I think it was in the 80s, they did publish the 92 potential side effects of aspartame. And they do, these side effects are quite, are extremely serious. Things like dizziness, problems with balance, abdominal pain and cramps, changes in vision, seizures and convulsions, etc., etc.
So the nervous system seems to be one of the areas that's most affected. So we see people have difficulty thinking. They feel like they're walking around in a cloud or a fog.
Yet despite all of these harmful effects, Donald Rumsfeld pushed it out into the stores in over 5,000 products when he was CEO of Cerealy, the company that manufactured aspartame.
The sustainable goal is the elimination of the middle class. The world cannot support 6 billion people. You see, the plan behind sustainable development includes population control. It's a program for land use control, education control, and population control. The leaders of the sustainable movement say that the world's human population should not exceed 500 million people. That's a 93% reduction of today's population levels. In 1992, while the Rio conference was going on, George Bush, then president, was there. He was just offshore in Prince Charles's yacht, where he executed the Agenda 21 protocols on behalf of the United States and brought it back to Washington, D.C. Within a year, Bill Clinton, by executive order, established the President's Council for Sustainable Development.
In 1996, Bill Clinton set up the President's Council on Sustainable Development. One of the dictates of Agenda 21 is that every country in the world is to set up a national council to oversee the implementation of Agenda 21. I've listened to Gorbachev explain, we are writing a new set of 10 or 15 commandments to replace the original 10. Which one of the 10 do you think these guys don't like? Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet. Because I'll tell you what, these people have lied to us. They're in the process of stealing all of this nation's natural resources, and they covet everything you have left.
To explain the map, the red are areas that are to be off limits to human beings. If you live there, you won't. The yellow areas are the areas for major control of all human activity. If you live there, you won't. The black dots are the smart growth zones. That's where human beings are to be stacked and packed in small living units along rail tracks. The smart growth program ultimately has jobs assigned and children cared for by the state.
And in conjunction with Codex Alimentarius, food will be limited and water consumption will be decreased to 10 gallons per day per person. That is over a 90% reduction in people's average daily water consumption. And along with shortages of food and water, the food we will be provided with will be genetically manipulated and nutrient deficient. Genetic manipulation of food causes complications in metabolizing and utilizing food for energy.
In June of 2003, scientists reported that the gene sequence of the inserted genes into crops had actually changed their order. They had re-scrambled. So the genetic inserts are not stable. Another laboratory confirmed this and found that it changed in the same varieties in different ways that they had tested. So not only is it unstable and changing, it's not even uniform in the way it's changing. This is incredibly dangerous.
Nutrient deficiencies due to Codex's planned vitamin and mineral ban will cause billions of preventable diseases. Both of these will ultimately lead to billions of deaths.
The question is then, how do they do it? How in the world are they getting this agenda from the international level down to the local level? Well, they've got a plan for that too. Now, on the environmental side, there's probably a number of different plans, but from the environmental side, you have an organization called the IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Been in existence since the United Nations was created. It's not part of the United Nations Charter. It's a scientific advisor to the United Nations. But through the IUCN, such programs as ecosystem management, American Heritage Rivers, the Clean Water Initiative, the Endangered Species Act, and all the rules and regulations of the EPA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Park Service, and so forth. They also discuss property rights in this particular document. They say that property rights are not absolute. They're not unchanging. They're not inalienable like our Constitution and the Declaration of Independence of the states. Rather, they are a complex, dynamic, and shifting relationship between two or more parties over space or time. In a biocentric approach, says the IUCN, the rights of nature are defended first and foremost on the grounds of the intrinsic value of animals, plants, rivers, mountains, and ecosystems, rather than simply on the basis of the utilitarian value or benefit to human beings. In other words, nature comes first. Nature's needs comes before man's needs. In a religious context, it's called pantheism, the belief that nature is God. It goes on to say, even worse, people are then members of a community of beings, like human beings, living and non-living. So a rock is now elevated up to the status of a human being, and they're both equal in the eyes of this belief system. It's not hard to imagine that if you believe that humans are the cause of all of Earth's problems, that we're overpopulated. They give two solutions, and only two, to this problem. The first is that it's estimated that an agricultural world in which most human beings are peasants should be able to support 5 to 7 billion people. Well, folks, we have 6 billion people right now. That means all of us in this room, or nearly all of us in this room, are going to have to become agrarian peasants if we use this solution. In contrast, they go on to say a reasonable estimate for an industrialized world society at the present North American material standard of living would be 1 billion people. So if we wanted to maintain our current standard of living, we would have to reduce the Earth's human population by somewhere around 70%. In 1970, just 3 years after the publication of the Iron Mountain Report, which calls for, if we're going to create a world government, we can no longer use war as a mechanism to cause fear amongst populations and therefore allow us to control the behavior of populations through fear. And they settled on, in 1967, in their publication called the Iron Mountain Report, the environmental holocaust. In 1970, 3 years after that publication, Foreign Relations began to publish a series of articles describing the ecological holocaust that was facing the world. And in this particular issue, the first issue done by George Kennan to prevent a world disaster, where it was summed up in 3 points that the eco-crisis is a global threat so great that it endangers all of life on Earth.
If you look at the 10 hottest years ever measured, they've all occurred in the last 14 years, and the hottest of all was 2005. We are causing global warming. This is really not a political issue so much as a moral issue. Temperature increases are taking place all over the world, and that's causing stronger storms. Is it possible that we should prepare against other threats besides terrorists? The Arctic is experiencing faster melting. If this were to go, sea level worldwide would go up 20 feet. This is what would happen in Florida. Around Shanghai, home to 40 million people. The area around Calcutta, 60 million. Here's Manhattan. The World Trade Center Memorial would be underwater. Think of the impact of a couple 100,000 refugees, and then imagine 100 million. Those who deny global warming are just flat out wrong.
Ellen Goodman from the Boston Globe wrote, "Let's just say that global warming deniers are now on par with Holocaust deniers. Scientists silenced for questioning the threat of global warming."
I know that I've had several friends who have essentially been told that if you speak out on climate change, you must do so as an independent citizen. If you do so through our organization or through our institution, you will essentially be fired.
Once you realize how many holes there are in the consensus solution, you may begin to open up your mind to the other side of the global warming debate as a whole.
The only consensus I'm aware of is that it's warmed in the last century. They completely ignore the fact that there's this thing called the Oregon Petition that was signed by 19,000 professionals and scientists who don't agree with the idea that we are causing climate change.
I can't tell you how many calls I've received from parents saying their kids are now being shown an inconvenient truth completely unchallenged, not just in science class, but in art and math classes.
I have to speak out and say that the science we have is still incomplete, and the science we're being told by the IPCC is really incorrect science.
Global warming paradoxically causes not only more flooding, but also more drought. Big hurricanes, tornadoes, fearsome diseases, polio, tuberculosis, West Nile virus, avian flu, SARS, polar bears that have actually drowned, mosquitoes, caterpillars, communism, it's slavery, global warming, global warming, global warming.
Aurelia Pecci, who actually created the Club of Rome, and it's the inner circle of the global elitists in 1991, stated that while searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, and the like would fit the bill. All of these dangers are caused by human intervention. The real enemy then is humanity itself.
To put this to you bluntly, global warming is a complete fallacy. Al Gore received the Grammy and the Nobel Peace Prize for a film that is filled with holes and mistruths.
Ice cores taken 2,000 meters below the surface have enabled us to look at the last 160,000 years.
We believe that in Greenland, the medieval warm period was about 1.5 degrees warmer on average than today.
And they also show consistently warmer temperatures thousands of years ago before man-made greenhouse gases existed.
Approach our time, we can see that in the period between 4,000 years ago and back to the period 2,000 years ago, which is actually the Roman age, the temperatures have been decreasing in Greenland by 2.5 degrees.
Al Gore is made out to be a revolutionary figure attempting to save the planet, which is quite true. He just doesn't mention the fact that saving the Earth doesn't involve you. According to his agenda, it will result in massive land repossession and extreme limitations on food and water and fossil fuels for the public. And please note that Al Gore is a sustainable developer. The global warming lie is very popular today because it receives major media coverage and has an attractively titled goal of saving the planet. But how does this tie in with Agenda 21? The result of the 1992 Earth Summit Conference in Rio de Janeiro was the Kyoto Treaty. The Kyoto Treaty states that every country must drastically reduce the use of fossil fuels by mandate of the United Nations.
Concentrations of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere are at their highest levels in more than 200,000 years. If the trend does not change, scientists expect the seas to rise 2 feet or more over the next century. Island chains such as the Maldives will disappear from the map unless we reverse the predictions. Thank you very much.
And as of June 2007, 172 nations and other government entities have ratified the treaty. And if you were wondering how this ties into putting the Earth's priority above human survival in accordance with pagan beliefs, every country's deadline for the implementation of Agenda 21 and the Kyoto Treaty is in 2012. And if this wasn't enough, when the Pentagon was damaged in 9/11, they set a goal to have a completely new and improved Pentagon in December of 2012. So Codex Alimentarius goes into effect at the end of 2009, which gives it 3 years for the Codex regulations on food to create billions of preventable diseases and deaths. When citizens of every nation are dying of starvation and diseases and fear for their lives because of global warming and major catastrophes, they will do what the public has been proven to do in times of great peril. They will beg for their government to step in and do something.
How are they going to get you to join the new economy? They're going to say, we have a solution. You see, one of the tricks of the Illuminati is they create a problem and then they provide the solution when you beg them to.
And pray tell, what will the United Nations suggest when there's a global problem? They will demand a global government, a new world order, exactly as the Maya, Hopi, Kali Yuga, and many other pagan civilizations prophesied. By 2012, the Kyoto Treaty, Agenda 21, Codex Alimentarius, and the new Pentagon will be fully operational to enforce a new world order. And the new world religion is obvious. We will all worship the earth, Gaia, the mother goddess we saved from extinction from global warming. We will be told that to keep from repeating the mistakes that we made in the past, we must hold the earth in higher regard than humans, just as pagan traditions require. This is too obvious to ignore. It is right in front of our faces, and yet we still refuse to see it. I guarantee you that by 2012, there will be a World War III, but it will not be between nations. It will be us and them. They know this. Why do you think the UN is consistently trying to disarm the public and the nations? They don't want us to be capable of fighting back. The proof of this is in the film released by the UN called Armed to the Teeth, where it demonizes gun ownership. It is also shown in the Freedom from War policy put in place by JFK in 1961.
President John Kennedy went to the United Nations September 1961, and he presented the United States program for general and complete disarmament in a peaceful world during a speech, and he said, this is the official program of the United States of America. It's a disarmament program. It calls for the United States to turn over its military to the United Nations. Let that sit for a second. It calls for the United States to turn over its military to the United Nations. The program ends by saying progressive controlled disarmament would proceed to a point where no state would have the military power to challenge the progressively strengthened UN peace force. The UN would have all military power.
This policy outlines some pretty scary scenarios when you understand what it reads. It calls for the disbanding of all national armed forces and the prohibition of their reestablishment in any form whatsoever other than those required to preserve internal order and for contributions to a United Nations peace force. This clearly shows that the UN is calling for all military power to be under their control. Inspection and verification must establish both that nations carry out scheduled limitation or reductions and that they do not retain armed forces and armaments in excess of those permitted at any stage of the disarmament process. Strategic delivery vehicles will be reduced. Arms and armed forces will be reduced. And all the while, UN peacekeeping powers would be strengthened. A UN Peace Observation Group would be available to investigate any situation which might constitute a threat to or a breach of the peace. establishing of a permanent international peace force within the United Nations, and depending on the findings of an experts commission, a halt in the production of chemical, bacteriological, and radiological weapons, and a reduction of the existing stocks or their conversion to peaceful uses. Peaceful uses of biological, chemical, and radiological weapons? Do you see how they are perverting the word peace and making this policy sound unilaterally good? There is no other way to read this publication. It clearly states that all nations will hand over their military forces to a global United Nations military. The US population is currently around 300 million. The national debt is currently around 10 trillion. So the current debt, when divvied among the American people, comes out to approximately $33,000 and has been growing at a national rate of $1.46 billion a day since 2006. Now with electronic banking, wire transfers, and credit cards, people have less physical custody of their money. As of right now, the amount of money in circulation is not able to cover the national debt. This was carefully planned since the inception of the Federal Reserve Bank. And the next planned step by the elite is already in play. George Bush signed a bill implementing the North American Union.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it. And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
I think one thing people who are dollar-based need to focus on is the Amero. That's the one thing that nobody's talking about that I think is going to have a big impact on everybody's life in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. The Amero is the proposed new currency for the North American community, which is being developed right now between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico to make a borderless community, much like the EU, and the dollar, Canadian dollar, U.S. dollar, and the Mexican peso replaced by the Amero.
You see, the domination of government by business is called fascism. And I'm kind of wondering how many people know what NAFTA is, the North American Free Trade Agreement, because under Chapter 11 of the NAFTA agreement, NAFTA tribunals trump all U.S. law if it conflicts with either A, World Bank's International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, or B, UN Commission for International Trade Law. Now, that sounds scary enough, but when you understand what that reads, it also gives the power to violate the First and Second Amendment, which is saying, bye-bye to the Constitution. This will weaken national sovereignty and bankrupt the dollar we use now. After this happens, the Fed will call in all debts. When the debts cannot be repaid by the people, assets will be seized. And by this, I mean absolutely everything you own, including your property, your home, your vehicle, your furniture, and the clothes on your back. This plan is already in progress. And when it takes place, you will literally be owned by the Federal Reserve Bank. This is how Agenda 21 will be implemented. The seized land will be given back to nature, and the people will be placed in smart growth megacities. So what are we to do? There's an overabundance of information out there for anyone to see pertaining to why this situation seems so hopeless and out of our control. But in all honesty, there's even more information out there about how to protect ourselves. The only problem we face is that most people don't know how to apply this information to their own lives, and rarely anybody takes the time to spell it out for us. There are many great teachers out there. Teachers who have dedicated their lives to protecting the people who need protecting the most. The teacher has the most difficult role in our society because nobody likes attaining true knowledge. True knowledge encompasses all aspects of existence, good and bad. Most others do not. Hearing true knowledge upsets people because it implies that we were wrong at one point in our lives. And another character flaw is our desire to apply absolute truths to unstable foundations in our life. When we do so, we build a structure that we hope will define us best when we're reaching the end of our life on earth. So everything we think we are, everything we tell others we are, Everything we base our life-changing decisions off of is all depending on a foundation that could crumble at any moment. And because we've been told our entire lives that there are certain guidelines and mores we must follow to be a decent human being, we deny everything that may pose a threat to our unstable foundation. This is why we despise true teachers. We lump these teachers into the same category as terrorists, and the method for spotting these teachers and terrorists are just as flimsy and ridiculous as the methods used to spot witches. William Cooper, a loving father and husband, friend of many, simply a teacher trying to better humanity and protect fellow citizens across the globe.
They became a mystery to the others, and the priesthood was born. No king ever existed without the permission of the priesthood. The kings never had the power and don't to this day. Kings exist at the whim of the real power, which is the priesthood standing behind the throne.
It is a method of encoding information through a system of mathematics and numbers. It is some of the most ancient knowledge that man has ever possessed and has been kept secret and given only to those who have proven themselves worthy through the process of initiation.
There's a method to their madness. There's really not much method to yours, because you're operating from a place of ignorance. And until you change that, you're going to be bumbling around, bumping into each other, saying and doing the wrong things, not understanding the nature of your enemy. And if you don't understand the nature of your enemy and the weapons they use, you cannot fight that enemy. You can't fight the battle. You shouldn't even be on the battlefield.
Supposedly, a CNN reporter found Osama bin Laden, took a television camera crew with him, went into Osama bin Laden's hideout, interviewed him and his top leadership, and he came out and told everybody, within 3 weeks, Osama bin Laden is going to attack the United States and Israel. Now, don't you think that's kind of strange, folks? You see, because the largest intelligence apparatus in the world, with the biggest budget in the history of the world, has been looking for Osama bin Laden for years and years and years, and can't find him. Some doofus jerk-off reporter with a camera crew waltzes right into his hideout and interviews him. And I'm telling you, be prepared for a major attack. But it won't be Osama bin Laden. It will be those behind the New World Order. I wonder what Osama bin Laden's targets are supposed to be. And if they don't, if this doesn't materialize in the next 2 or 3 weeks, it will eventually materialize, because they haven't succeeded in getting the guns out of the hands of the American people, nor have they succeeded in taking our freedoms away. And so I can tell you with a certainty, they must do something terrible in order to stop this backlash and regain the sympathy of the mass herds of sheeple out there.
This is how it feels to be alive. This is how
What is our common bond truly? Freedom. Freedom. Without freedom, you can't be a Christian no matter what denomination you belong to. You can't be a Buddhist.
Christianity is not about freedom, you moron. It's about subjugation of others, you fool.
Because that's what it's all
Same
about.
thing with every other religion, especially women. To oppress women, you jerk.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know, and try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them, and find out that they're just walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves. That's why my broadcast scares the hell out of socialists. You see, what happens when you broadcast the truth is you piss everybody off.
Look at you, Jay Tudor. You child. Oh, you self-misled, willfully ignorant child.
True salvation from any oppression or enslavement is self-empowerment, knowledge, consciousness. This is true rebellion. Don't get caught up in the 87% of people who follow the leader.
Oh no, yeah. I just came on to criticize this moron, and then you jump in, try to take the lead. Well, you got it, pal. I mean, you're good. You're good, man. I don't care at this point, to quote you. But yet you love Jesus, and Jesus said to love others. That makes you a what? A hypocrite. So you're the one to be talking right. You're the one to be condescending right, because you're a hypocrite, and at this point, I don't care. Well, really? How is that loving Jesus? Huh? Oh, yeah. No, I don't really care. I know. That's the difference between knowing and caring. Caring is subjective. Knowing is objective. Something you don't understand because you're a hypocrite. Do you understand that, Jay Tudor? You and the rest in the crowd are just a bunch of hypocrites. Live up to what Jesus spake.
We have very powerful tools on
do that. You'd be the first. But you're not going to be the first.
That
no one that lives up to it. I can quote your book. It's your book. But you're the hypocrite that says, I don't care. And then I love Jesus. That's hypocrisy.
Are also in control of our free enterprise. Free enterprise is our economic system or our means of production, privately owned and operated for personal benefit.
Yeah, you think you can laugh at me, but you're the one that's being laughed at.
The reason why income tax...
I read the book, Jay Tudor. I read the book, and you're being the hypocrite here. Remember, it's up to you to live up to it. I don't care about that stuff. That's your business. It's your right. But if you're going to be a hypocrite based on what you claim, I can point and laugh.
By pretty much
and I do point and laugh at you and anybody other hypocrite that says, I don't care at this point, but I love Jesus. Really? Really?
That is not protected.
How obvious is that? And you don't even want to face that, much less man up. Something you'll never be able to do.
So why does every employer voluntarily pay taxes, which leads to the requirement of those documents? Because without...
No, I quoted the Bible where Jesus said slaves were to be thankful for a beating and bring them before me and kill them. Okay? I didn't say Jesus was a misogynist. See, you're twisting words again. You're twisting words again, being an ignorant hypocrite. Man up, Jay Tudor. Just man up. You might impress me someday. I doubt it. Well, no, you won't impress me. It's too late. You're over 16 years of age. Your persona has already been developed, and it's been failing ever since. You know, it's obvious, man. It's obvious to me. You know, maybe other people are going to be polite, but I'm going to be direct. You know, I'd rather you know what it is so you can deny it versus have everybody around you agree with you because you're so-called bright. You're not. You're not. You're no better than Lysurge. The both of you belong together in a room typing, you know, nonsense, but it's still typing, you know. You don't care what I think. Well, you're supposed to care according to your book. It's your book, Jay Tudor. You're a hypocrite, see? There you go. Proving you're a hypocrite. Thank you. Thank you for making me look good for the wrong reasons. Man, that's horrible. Yeah, you think you can take over the room by telling everybody to be quiet and this stuff. You're not the boss of me or anyone else. You can't even control yourself. Try that first, and then your light will so shine before man, not onto them. Okay? I made my reading of the Bible at 13. See? And you don't even have that good of a memory because you can't remember to live up to the words that Jesus spake. Try that first. Before man, not onto them, Jay Tudor. That's right. Yeah, I know. I love the drama. I love the drama because you get really I know when you get triggered, you start cursing And you really make yourself look very, very bad. Man, at least I admit when I'm wrong. You won't. I had to force you to apologize to Petra Miller. And you try to avoid that anytime you could. But I caught you. Don't worry. I remember these things. I got that kind of a memory, Jay Tudor. I do. And it haunts you. That's the problem. It haunts you. And that's what gets most people. That I have that kind of memory, right? But I'm polite. Yeah, I know I'm polite, but it doesn't really matter. The fun part is you have to live up to it. I don't. You're the one that claimed it. I didn't. That's where you have to man up. I am a man. See, that's the difference. That's the difference between you and me, Jay Tudor. You know, and you can tell friend and foe alike. You see what I just said? You can tell friend and foe alike. I'll talk to the both of you. But you want to make enemies of anyone who disagrees with your agenda, your narrative, your way of belief. I can talk to your enemies and talk to you, and hey, I get along with both of you. You know, you're both wrong, but that's different. I mean, that's okay. Doesn't matter, you know. Yeah, because I understand what it is. Oh, you sound like a very insecure. You're wrong. You're the one that's insecure. You're projecting. You're projecting. Thank you for your support. I do love the idea of rambling. No, I make sense when I say things. You know, you don't. You contradict yourself. You're a hypocrite. Like I said, that's your big H word there. You know, the H word. You make me look good, dude. You make me look good. You can't prove it. You can't prove I'm insecure, and you know it. That's the difference. You can talk your little high-spirited, high-worded nonsense, but it doesn't matter because you don't know how to communicate with people. You lack that skill. Ooh, lack skill. Doesn't that get to you? Grate you, doesn't it? Man, that really grates you. And I know it. And you deny it. And everybody knows it too. But they want to be nice to you and stuff. But remember, I'm direct. I don't want to be nice to anyone. I want to be polite. I want to be, supportive of good ideas. But if you're wrong, you're just wrong. And that's it. I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. But the difference is, it doesn't matter what I say. What matters is that you have to live up to the words you claim, and you don't. You haven't, and you will not. It's called hypocrisy. You wear it well. Hey, that one girl, Kaylee, whatever her name was, I think you'd all make a perfect match. I think you would. I think she's your potential gal. I mean, she hates herself. You hate yourself. I mean, what better? Two negatives. Negative times a negative equals a positive in math, as I understand it. So both of you negatives might, come up with something good, and we all hope it's not children. Maybe. Oh man, I'm feeling great now. Before I was annoyed by the video because these ignorami, right? Just rattle on, man. They don't even study their history. Oh man, they talk pretty. Yeah. Look at me go. What are you, jealous? You jealous? No. Hey, you and Kaylee should get together, really. I mean, Christmas is coming. You can exchange like death threats and stuff. Death threats. You'd go well together. I think you found your match, your soulmate. Soul as in walking down the road together. Barefoot and pregnant. Oh no children, please, no children. I mean, it's called a vasectomy. Get one. I mean, start a PayPal account, and I'll pay for the vasectomy. I really will. I would, Jay Tudor. I don't want you having children. Not with that attitude, man. Your children are going to come out really messed up, especially with Kaylee as the wife. That'll be bad. Yeah, I know I'm funny. I'm very funny, very creative, incredibly so. Been that way all my life. but that made me the boss. That made me the leader. That made me the innovator. That made me a person that creates things from the knowledge already gathered. Sir Isaac Newton said, if I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. You see? Albert Einstein says imagination is more important than knowledge. That means to say that you learn all you can and then build upon that. And I can prove that. I've come up with ideas. All y'all can do is just repeat things, ad nauseum. And it's boring, man. Lyser should be your best man at the wedding. It's like, it'll be great. It'll be great. I mean, I hope they do a pay-per-view, that'll give you the monies to travel to Mars, so you can populate over there. Because I don't want you populating here. No. Like I said, I'll invest, for your vasectomy. I got the cash, man. I got walk around money. I got walk around money, man. And you should, really get a vasectomy. Kaylee, I don't know. I guess you got to get her a bunch of plaster because those crow's feet around her eyes are really growing real fast. But I think you're going to need a backhoe to load that plaster into her wrinkles. Man, she's a bitter person, just like you. But obviously, she's a little more abrupt. You know what, Jay Tudor? Every time I come on to these hangouts, you can look at it in Vargas's videos, right? When it's a low number, I'm not in those chats. When it's a high number, it goes from 58 views to 128. When it's 128 views or big numbers like that, it's because I'm on the panel. Because me, that's right, me. And people have told me that. I'm not making it up. People told me this stuff. I didn't pay attention. I don't care. A vasectomy wouldn't ruin the fun. It would just keep you from reproducing, Jay Tudor. With that attitude of yours, and well, I want Katie to get married because I don't want any other guy to suffer that wretched attitude. But you all are meant for each other, man. You really are, man. You're both bitter, you're self-centered, hypocrites, you're arrogant. I mean, -1 times -1 is a positive one, and I'm positive about that one. My apologies. Go ahead. So you like what is it? What do you call those ear fetish? Is it a fold or what is that? What is that?
Well, if you fold up the ears, maybe three times for a few minutes, they kind of unfold slowly. With a lack of blood supply.
Yeah. So you like that look? So you like that look on women?
Just a habit I've got,
it opens up like a flower, really slow.
Yeah. Like slow motion with a lack of blood supply,
Yeah. Well, I can see the eroticism in that. Yeah. Slowly opening flower,
Yeah, like a slow motion thing.
Yeah. Nature's process. Yeah. I can see it. No, I like the Japanese girls. They wear those little headpieces that they look like little. Somebody I forget who it was called them elf ears. That little pointy look. I think that's so cute, especially when they do the Japanese anime or anime. I don't know how you pronounce that. My apologies. Right, they do that, and I saw that look one time. One of those Japanese girls. Those Japanese faces are beautiful, by the way. Right, but those ears. I thought that was so cute. I mean, it was like, oh, that's so cute of a look. But I can see what you're saying now. I didn't quite understand it when you first expressed the idea of having that fetish. But now that you explained it, okay, I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they still bind their feet in Japan for the.
Oh yeah, because they like that look of smaller feet. I don't know. I mean, pretty feet are pretty feet, but to try to make them smaller than they really are, man. I mean, it just wouldn't look right. Poor things. You're trying to build women to what you imagine looks best for you. No, I can't do that. Can't do that.
Similar to that coil round the neck to extend the neck,
Yeah,
Well,
but I saw an article on that, and what it is not necessarily that it extends the neck, but drops the shoulders. Yeah, that's what it really does. They figured it out. Oh, speaking of necks, there's this video like 10 Amazing Kids or something like that, and this one child, I think he was Chinese, right, has 3 extra neck bones, vertebrae. Right, and it reminded me of Tudor, but he's Chinese. It really does exist. He has 3 extra bones. They have a name for it or something like that. But it's like, oh yeah, but they make fun of Tudor's neck. But I don't know. I guess someone just had fun. But the Tudor's neck would be a hickey magnet or a love bite. I don't know what you call them there, but they call them hickeys here. But I guess it'd be love bite magnet. Yeah,
love bite, yeah.
Yeah, but Kaylee, whatever, Kaylee, what is it? Kaylee Nolan. I think both she and Tudor have a perfect life together, just yelling and screaming at each other for hours on end. You talk about foreplay.
I've not seen that Kaylee before. She's only just arrived on the scene lately.
Yeah, I saw her. I saw her come here, and then I saw her over there at Bob High's chat. And at one point, Bob High was saying, "What? Don't tell them we were here. You were here, and stuff like that." She's a mole. I guess they call it a mole or a worm. No, a worm. Let's see, what is it?
Trojan horse.
A Trojan horse. Well, no, she wasn't a gift to Armando Vargas. She's more of a mole. Yeah. It wasn't a gift. It would have to be a gift. In other words, she'd come in. If she was a Trojan horse, in terms of the art of war, right? If she was a Trojan horse, she'd come in, befriend Armando Vargas. Then Armando Vargas was saying, writing things like, puts hand down at Kaylee's panties, sits next to Kaylee, kisses Kaylee, Nolan, and stuff like that. That would be the Trojan horse. When she comes in, and then she comes onto the panel, right? And then she's muted, and he comes on, doesn't say anything, leaves, and then snipes the place. That's a Trojan horse style. A mole is just sent over, right, to basically infiltrate, which is what you're trying to do. And a worm is basically what is it? They're brought out of the group. In other words, if someone here is like someone that was a regular here, let's say Jay Tudor, because it's fun to poke fun at a hypocrite, right? Jay Tudor was pulled out, right, and went over to side with Bob High, and he comes back here, he'd be a worm. That's how they call it in the standard espionage terms.
Yeah. She certainly had colourful language on the text.
Oh yeah. She's a very bitter person. Very bitter. Like I said, I just make fun of her wrinkles and crow's feet. But because how girls are, they're so pretty, they're vain. But she's coming on really strong, so she might be a catfish. Because women don't usually do that. They don't usually do that. Come on that strong. So she's probably a catfish. But Sean Dice said that she had seen her on camera. So apparently she's a real girl. Well, she's a real girl.
Well, she's on camera. She's on camera.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen her on camera, so I didn't know. So I guess if she is, she's just a very angry person. Perfect for Jay Tudor. I think they'd be perfect together. That they look to be about the same age. Childish.
Yeah. She had a pair of boobs.
Yeah.
And so have I.
Oh, good. You're good. I like that. I like that. I
Yeah,
like
she seemed to be wrestling with a dog when she came on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, put it this way: if she thinks she's having fun, she's doing a very good job of making a fool of herself. You know. But I call, you know, when I started having fun with her in text chat, she leaves, right? And then she comes back and I start having fun. She leaves again. So I guess I'll let her, basically text on for a little while because her and Jay Tudor is like basically, one word insults at a time. You talk about intelligence, one word insults. Yeah, right. They love each other.
Yeah, you do pick your moments, Warren.
Oh, what do you mean pick my moments? I'm always on.
Your timing.
Oh
your
yeah,
timing's quite good.
Oh yes, thank you so much. I have a few years' experience with that. But put it this way: you've always been mischievous, and I've always been the same person. So, hey, it's nothing different. It's just another person.
Consistency.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I try to get more moments in, but they keep telling me to shut up. Yeah, I like that. I like that. It makes me look good for all the wrong reasons, but it makes me look good.
Well, I think if you just jumped in without being asked a question, there's quite a few with.
Oh no, but see, but my sense of fairness, right? I like to be polite. That's like I've never used obscenities or things of that nature. It's like. If anything, I just state real things. That's real. That's the way I operate. I can't change it. I could try to imitate it, but I'm very bad at it. I tried it a couple of times with a couple of people, and it just doesn't work. I'm terrible at it. I can't do it. It's just too far out there for me to try. But I'm not a bitter person.
You trigger them in your own way, Ronan.
Oh yeah. Oh now Jay Tudor's flattery will get you nowhere, sir. He's starting with the sir stuff. Every time, what is it? What are you right? Every time you mention my name, a baby gets aborted, but that's okay because it's women's reproductive rights, and when you're about looking good, huh? No, see, there you go. Now you're trying to let's see, to project. Oh, now you're trying to deflect here. Superficial formalities. No, I enjoy facts, okay, quotes and questions. You're obviously too slow to pick up on that. So my holding your hand is not going to work. Remember, Lyserge is going to be your best man. Lyserge. Okay. I'm sure the ladies here won't be, the bridesmaids. Katie will have to get, some women from prison or something. Women with life terms, for drug addiction or stuff. I really don't like to disparage women, but
some skinheads.
yeah. He thinks he's really got something. D-Beck, he's got nothing. He'll always be a child. He'll always be a child. Man, the man does not live up to the words he claims of his savior. So basically, he's a hypocrite. And that's like, well, facts. I'm stating facts here. I'm not making anything up.
Judah, come in and defend yourself, Judah.
Oh no, he won't do that. He knows. He knows. As soon as he tries to stop the train, it's always going full speed. If I'm talking, and his little mouse profile is not going to stop any train, much less a fly.
The windscreen.
I want to get him and Kaylee Nolan in here. Have him fall in love, on a hangout. Where we can make a pay-per-view event on that. Can you see them exchanging their vows? Bitch, cunt. Just one word insults, right? All the way through. I now pronounce you man and bright. You may
I'm
not.
surprised.
Hand them both. Hand them both a 1 meter span of chain. Okay, let the whipping begin.
He never used the C word a few weeks ago, Tudor.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! You deny the guy you claim. What? You deny who you claim I live up to. So what does it matter to you? Because you're supposed to be the light before man, according to your book. Good morning, Jose de Mello. You're supposed to be the light before man, not on to man. No, Kay is an actual woman. A crowfoot eye, deep wrinkled person, a woman, real female. Something you don't remember except, when you went through the birth canal, That's right. You got to live up to it. Remember, you made the claim. That means you live up to it. Like I made the claim, a scientific claim, and I can explain it by giving you a simple experiment that anyone can conduct without adult supervision, Jay Tudor. So that should be well within your range, Or can you reach up that far to grab your baby bottle from the counter? Child. Yeah, no, I'm funny, Jay Tudor. I know. See, because I'm not trying to disparage you. I use facts. See, that's the difference. That's why you can't get to me. Because I have no, agenda. There's no subterfuge on my part. It's all facts, evidence, reality. Sanctification. Or do you think people become perfect overnight? No. You could have become perfect when you first got to reading the Bible, and when someone called you out on something, you would have changed your behavior, past tense, changed, and you won't do it. You can't do it. You are powerless. You are powerless in the stream you are in that falls through space only to hit the ground and splatter and vaporize. Cheer up. I am cheery. I think I need what? I think I need a chaperone being 6'4" and all. Yeah, you do need a chaperone. You do. Just because you're 6'4" doesn't mean you can fight. It doesn't mean that. Just because you're big deal. I've fought 6'4" men, and you know what, Jay Tudor? I know 6'4" men who can fight, and they don't talk like you do. They're not condescending. They're basically confident men. And I know them. I've met them. They respect me. I respect them. Did you unmute your YouTube page, D-Beck? Because I'm really sounding pretty with the feedback.
Yeah, mine's is unmuted.
Oh, okay.
Hang on, I'll see if those are too loud, probably.
What do you mean you would never fight your elder, Jay Tudor? You nag me all the time, and you're wrong 100% of the time. You can beat me at chess, okay? So you can play chess, big deal. But if you were a younger man, listen to this clown. I thought you were supposed to respect your elders. You don't respect me. You're a hypocrite. You don't change your ways. How's that? How's that? It's called respect. Why don't you try that? No, you can't do that, huh? You know, you've got the intelligence of Vargas now. Can't get past 2-syllable words. Listen to this idle threat, but if you were a younger man, listen to this child. We're all the same age, and it's all the same time online. Jay Tudor, don't you realize that? You were the one that made that hollow, oh, this is just, you're just someone else online. Well, so what? So what? Yeah, I'm someone else online, so age does not matter and time does not matter. Because remember, Debeck is another time zone of many hours from now. The Aussies are way out there. I mean, Uncle May is way out there. So it's all the same time. Reality. Yeah. Welcome to reality, Jay Tudor. But you fail to assume because of your willful ignorance.
Yeah, the echo as well.
Listen to this clown talk. I would be easy on you. Oh, man. Put it this way, Jay Tudor. If I decided to get famous, I would. But I don't feel like it. How's that?
Yeah, you have to take your chances when you're older.
Yeah.
1 or 2 goes. Got to be accurate.
You got nothing. You got nothing but noise. Well, static. My apologies. I apologize to noise. Static.
Is that background radiation you're talking about from the cosmos? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all background radiation. It's a constant hum.
Yeah.
Hey, was it the mellow? Decades ago, after 1984, I did cover "Hot for Teacher." I did cover that tune. Where's Jay Tudor? Did he go get some more coffee? Oh.
Come in here, Rosie, while it's quiet.
Yeah, where's Uncle May when you need him?
I don't know if he's at it.
Hey, D-Beck. I bet you. Well, I don't bet you, but I'm imagining Jay Tudor's wearing pajamas to bed. You know, probably with like Pikachu. You know, maybe Barney. You know, a bunch of Barney. You know, prints on there. Pikachu. Maybe Batman. Polyester.
Mother Teresa.
He's too cheap to invest in silk. A haughty attitude will get you where, Ronan? But you have potential. Oh, no, Jay Tudor. Yes, yes, Jose DeMello. Modern times, he is the Beethoven. You know, he's going to be remembered. You know, as an innovator. Amazing. I mean, what was it? Jason Becker. Jason Becker was a great, but he, I think he had, what's that? Lou Gehrig's disease. You know. Oh, hey, yeah, and get closer to the mic, Jose DeMello. I have to turn up my volume here, and then I like listening to the D-Beck, but at 3,000 watts, man, it's like hard on my ears, man. I have to compensate for it. I don't have control of the soundboard. Jason Becker was great, man. He was great. He was a great guitar player. But Eddie Van Halen made up the hooks. He made up the hooks. He made up standard hooks.
I can turn Jose's when he comes in.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I just think it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm imagining just the quality of his mic or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just laying on his back, and got the laptop on his chest, right? And you have to like sit up, get closer to the laptop. But I'm just imagining just having fun with him. Oh, there he is.
Picking up Shan. I think she turns away from her microphone on her phone.
No, I hear her breaking up, right? And I think maybe she might have like the Wi-Fi thing going. I don't know. But DeMello explained it to me that sometimes because it's like he moves, might be moving around, and he goes between like a concrete wall, and it'll break the connection. But I'm not sure.
She has a very bad signal for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but put the laptop under your chin. I said DeMello, you're probably laying back. I'm playing.
Yeah, I know. You were talking to Jason Becker there.
Yeah.
I seen his documentary a few years back. Quite interesting. Man, was he a virtuoso as well, on the guitar?
Massive. He was a monster. He was a monster.
He was going to go on tour with Mr. David Lee Roth, and that's when he started displaying the symptoms. He started limping, and he had to give David Lee Roth the bad news that he was going to be unable to perform.
Was it ALS? I think they call it Lou Gehrig's disease. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
ALS,
I thought that was right, but I wasn't positive. Man, yeah.
From a young age, they showed a video of him in high school doing a talent show, and he was already blowing everybody away as a teenager.
Yeah, that's a prodigy. That's a prodigy.
Yeah, prodigy. Yeah. I mean, his dad was a guitar player, and since he was a young kid, he had a guitar.
I mean, I can't brag, that much. But my son, right? He's naturally a left-handed person, right? And so he's a kid, right? He says, "Hey, I want to play guitar, Dad." So I have a bunch of guitars, and I strung one left-handed, right? And he started playing. He plays well, and then he said, "Can I borrow a guitar?" I said, "You got a guitar?" "No, but one of your guitars." Okay. Then he started playing right-handed, right? And then after a while, he was playing either hand, right? And then the next thing I know is he says, "I want a computer." And then he got into girls. Okay, that was that. The end of that. But Jason Becker didn't have computers, thank goodness.
Who's Jason Becker?
What's that?
Who's Jason Becker?
Oh, Jason Becker. Well, if you look him up, just Jason Becker, Becker, and you'll find videos of him, right? And you'll see it. You'll see about it. It's like virtuoso guitarist. He's a virtuoso guitarist. But then he was struck with Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, right? And like DeMello just pointed out, it hit him, and he was going to be playing with David Lee Roth, and they had to, like break the bad news, Uh-oh, we lost Jose DeMello. I'm telling you, he shit around that bed. I just imagine his laptop under his chin, right? Probably hit the space bar or what is it, or the control key. You know, when he was trying to smoke a cigarette. Hey, you know, I think he smoked a cigarette. Yeah, well,
tablet.
Yeah.
I don't know if nation has been affected by the trolls he mixes with what?
Would you say that again, please?
I don't know if Tudor's conversation has been the trolls he mixes with lately or what.
Yeah. 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 Jay Tudor thinks he's got a handle on things. He's just really stumbling around, trying to find himself. You know, probably hasn't hit puberty yet, so he'll figure out what nuts and bolts is.
It just seems to have degenerated a little over the last few weeks. I'm disappointed. People are a bad influence on him.
Really? No, I just think he can't make up his mind, you know, and stand alone. He's trying to be, you know, a moderate, you know, try to play both sides, you know, thinking, you know, it's the best way to go. You know, but you have to understand both sides before you can go anywhere. That's his problem.
He's at a crossroads.
Yeah, but he wanted to turn back. There was a famous catcher in American baseball named Yogi Berra, and he one time he said, "When you get to the fork in the road, take it."
My favourite quote was by Winston Churchill to in the House of Commons. She stood up at the Prime Minister's question time and said, "Winston, you're drunk." And then he answered back, "Ready, Ashley, tomorrow. Ashley, you're ugly, and tomorrow I'll be sober."
Okay, I got another one. Winston Churchill was at a political gathering, right? So both representatives of all the parties were gathered, right? And this woman comes up to Sir Winston Churchill and says, "Sir, if I were your wife, I would poison your tea." And to which Winston Churchill replied, "Madam, if I was your husband, I'd drink it."
Yeah, yeah.
that was one of the funniest.
Yeah,
there we go. There we go.
There we go. You're back. Good.
Yeah.
Well, go on with the music. You got a good memory for the music information that I really enjoy listening to. What's the mellow?
Yeah, I enjoy your knowledge too. I know you're a musician. Is my volume okay or no?
Well, yeah, it's okay now because everybody else isn't trying to talk over or the both of us.
Yeah, the name of his band was Mahogany Rush.
Mahogany Rush.
With
yeah.
Oh
man,
with Marty Friedman. The two of them, they were young, and I tell you, they had a blast. They were touring and stuff before he was, he was struck with that ALS. Actually, with a computer, he still composes music, which is amazing. You know, he hasn't given up, and he inspires a lot of young musicians still today, which is nice, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He wasn't doing it for a living. He was doing it because it was his life.
Yeah, that's all he knew, and he just loved it. I mean, he had the passion, and he still continues to have that passion, even though he's immobile, you know. But his brain, he communicates. His father taught him to communicate with the system that they use. Quite interesting in that documentary.
Yeah.
He has a very positive attitude. He never quit. Jason, you know,
Yeah.
very moving. Actually, it brought some tears down my eyes. I tell you that. And I'm not one to be very emotional, you know.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. That triggered something just now for me, Jose Mello. I've been asked. I've been told you're a hippie, right? And I can't figure it out. I can't figure why would people call me a hippie,
Yeah, that
right?
was me said that the other day. Well, I think you
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the spirit of a
and
hippie.
and then I keep asking, well, what makes people think that I'm a hippie, right? And the closest I can imagine, because I don't know, you can tell me, after I finish, please tell me after I finish. But the closest thing I can imagine is that I'm sincere, right? I'm genuine, as they say, and I ride a bicycle every day, right? I've done it for the last 8-10 years, right? It's because I was a motorcyclist for most of my life, and that feeling of the air in my face, right? I can't abandon that. So I had to work around it, because if I get on a bike, right, the bumps they tear up my back, and man, I suffer for a week if I get on a bike. So I had to abandon, the idea of a motorcycle, but I can do it on a bicycle for about, maybe 15, 20 kilometers, and then it starts to hurt, right? So I keep my jaunts down to 8-10 kilometers. That's about it. That's about it. I go fast, but that's about it for me. And I figured because I ride a bicycle, people were impressed by the idea and said, "Oh, you're a hippie." So what is? How do you? How is it? Wait a minute. How did you come up with the idea of saying, or what caused the connect in your mind that got you to say that I was a hippie?
It's the vibe that you displayed that day, that you were playing that music and stuff. You exude that, which is good. It's positive.
Because I was
That's what I
playing.
gather. You know, it's very positive, Ronan. It's nothing negative.
Oh, because I was playing music.
But
Really?
not only in the playing of the music, the way you talk about certain things and your knowledge, your background and stuff. That's the vibe I get. You know?
Oh.
Even though you don't see yourself as that.
No, we see, okay, like, hippie, right? The generation hippie was basically like a nature, lover, peace, love, kind of person. Body got high, and that's, I mean, that's the stereotype that I understand a hippie to be. It's just peace, love, love, not war mentality.
Yep.
But it's, I guess, I don't know, because it's like, that's why I can't say, well, people ask, well, how do you define yourself? I don't know. I don't know how to define myself. It's basically based on the perception of others, what they, perceive me to be. I can't say, I'm this or that, because I don't know, because it's only what I imagine. And if that's one way or the other, it's not real, because it's based on other people's perception of me, or how I perceive other people, right? It's like, hey, man, I think you're, like, tell somebody you're quite knowledgeable, about this or that, and go from there. I mean, cool. But hippie, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we all give out vibes and energy, and we pick up on that. I think you've been giving it some thought since I put that comment there about what I thought that you were, kind of like a hippie, right?
I've never been a hippie. I can say that.
I know, but what I'm saying is that you exude that, and that's why I made that comment.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. But it was just surprising, it's like,
It's
to me, it's
positive,
like,
it's positive, buddy.
okay, so hippie would be, okay, like an optimist, for example.
Yeah, the hippie thing, everything you said there, peace and love, you're not an offensive person. You're not out to harm anyone.
Whoa. Oh. Well, well, I do understand, caring for each other as human beings.
Yeah, that's what I perceive. Um, Talking with you and stuff. I remember talking to you that day with Hank and stuff, and listening to you this whole time before. We all have this thing that we connect. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't perceive people like in the first 5 minutes kind of thing. You know what I mean? I hear them out. We all make judgment, right? On what we perceive them to be, kind of thing, their personality. You know where I'm getting at.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting it now. Like I said, but like it sounded like hippie. Well, like I said, what the stereotype that I think, when I hear that word, it's like,
Yeah, the smoking weed and doing the acid and all that bad chemical stuff, right?
No. I'm not. No. The original hippie, the original hippie, right? The original hippie was basically a make love, not war.
Right. Yeah.
And they only went as far as weed, and then later on, it basically got basically applied to people who do drugs all the time. But the original hippie was just like a nature child.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
It was a nature child, But see, like, I don't know if I could be called a nature child because most of my life was spent on asphalt, turning up the throttle, man.
Monterey, man. It started around Monterey. It became visible. That peace movement with the hippies, right?
Well, no. Well, you'd know best. Like I said, I just got, the stereotypes, because like I always enjoyed listening to music, so but I said hippie vibe. I guess that's cool. But it just sounded odd. But now that you cleared it up, I got it.
All right, brother.
So you get different vibes from different people.
We all do.
And so if I drop names, you could tell me a vibe. It's like Adam Dwyer.
Well, hey, I'm not going to go into,
Oh, okay, fine.
A diatribe in negative connotations pertaining to him.
Oh, see, like, okay, there again, right?
You just got it right there, right?
I could argue that I'm not a hippie because I could tell you what I think about Adam Dwyer. I can tell you what I think about anybody. I'm just blunt that way. It's like, well, no, I disagree with him because such and such and such and such, or I agree with him because of whatever reason. And I can go from there. So that's where I thought it odd to be called a hippie.
I respect you for that.
Huh?
I respect you for being like that.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. It's like it saves time for me. Like, okay, fine. This person is that or some other thing, and okay, fine. And then if they change my mind later, I'll admit I was wrong. But I haven't missed it yet, so I'm cool.
I mean, it's already well known. I've already displayed my displeasure about that character, Adam.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, it's hard for me. Like I said, to really take on that, I guess, mantle being a hippie if I'm so, direct, blunt, or arrogant, or whatever they call it,
You can encompass all that, buddy, and still be a hippie.
No, but like I said, a hippie is like peace, love, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Still be a
It's like,
rebel.
oh, well, either way, it if it fits, it fits.
Right. I mean,
It's okay,
Bowie, he was a rebel. He was always changing. Anyway, that's a different subject altogether.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. By the way, get back to chatting about music. I know you're good at that, and I love to listen to you.
Yeah. Carry on, Tony. We could chat.
So your thing is mostly a rock and roll.
No, I have a varied music background. I like my jazz, buddy. I really dig jazz. Sammy Davis, John Coltrane, Ella Fitzgerald.
Oh yeah.
Duke Ellington.
Oh yeah, the greats.
Yeah, I mean that's the good stuff, man.
How about classical?
Love classical.
Oh man. So
I mean, when I was younger, I didn't really dig the classical stuff, but in grade 7 we had music class and stuff, and you have the horn section and all the instruments.
Uncle May cornered me once, and he said, "Is there a kind of music that you don't like?" Man, you talk about being silenced for a minute, and I seldom go beyond 3 seconds before I make a comment, man. But it's like I had to think, and it's like I was stumped. I'll tell you right out, Jose de Melo, I was stumped. And it's actually there's no genre of music that I dislike. It's like unlike Buddy Rich. Buddy Rich, a famous jazz drummer. He hated country and western.
I mean,
he hated it.
I mean, you go into a live auditorium per se, right? And you have the acoustics, and you have a symphony there with professional musicians playing, and you sit and you just listen to it, and it takes you to another place. All the world's problems, they just go away. You know what I'm getting at?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, music, it's like a soundtrack to each and every one of us. We could hear a piece of music, and in our memory, we could go back to that time and place, right?
Yes.
It's fascinating. It's very healing.
Oh yeah.
Therapeutic. It's very well documented, and a piece of wood, somewhere in a jungle, and they made a drum, and somebody started beating on that, made a sound, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. One time I went down to there was this real nice seafood restaurant in one part of our town, and I went there, and then it was just one evening. I stepped out, after having a meal, and then there was a gentleman there playing bagpipes. Right, he was just standing there playing bagpipes, and so I sat away at a distance, right, and he was just playing bagpipes, and I sat there and listened to him for about an hour. Right, and then about at the 45-minute mark, this couple comes up, and they just thought, oh, the bagpipes this, bagpipes that, and then the gentleman just looked at me like, these people are just patronizing me, right? And I just listened, right, and they left, and then he kept playing. It was most enjoyable, and then we got into a chat. He took a break. We got into a chat. Hey man, you got that, that undertone there, that concept, and then you play over that, it's the overtones, right? And then he was like surprised that I understood, music, and then he got into a little bit of history. I forgot about it, but he got into it. It was most interesting conversation, right? But then after that, I thought one of these days I'm going to get myself a set of bagpipes. Man, it sounded so cool. I mean, I'd seen him before, on TV, right? And they look really cool and sound great. You fill up the bladder, right? Well, that's what it is, a bladder, right? And you press it with your elbow, and then you get that undertone, and then you play the overtones on that, and it's like, oh, cool. It's like, go ahead.
That's a cultural instrument for those people. That goes way back.
Oh yeah.
That instrument.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, when they have the Remembrance Day at the Legion, and I start hearing, the bagpipes, that sound, I just stop, and I'm getting goosebumps right now as I'm explaining this to you. It
Oh
just
yeah.
hits me.
Oh yeah.
It's so it's unbelievable to explain that sound.
Yep. Yep. Oh, speaking of sound, when did you first start to play accordion?
I was 12 years old, and some 30-something-year-old man in a suit came knocking at the door at the family home, and so my dad opened the door and invited him into the living room. Said, "Hey, Joe, come on upstairs." He didn't call me Joe. He called me my Portuguese name. And I came upstairs, and there was this man. He introduced himself. I sat down. I was a kid, man. I was 12.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he said, "You want to learn to play an instrument?" So I said to him, "Yeah." I said, "Actually, I play percussion in school." And he's looking at my dad. And so I said to my dad, I said, "Look, I want to play the drums, right?" He said, "Drums? You're not going to be playing drums. You want to play something, it's going to be not the drums." I said, "Yeah, all right. I'll play the guitar." He said, "No, you're not playing guitar. You'll take up the accordion." So I looked at him. I said, "Accordion? Are you kidding me?" He said, "Well, it's either that or forget about it, right?" So I thought about it. I said, "You know what? All right, I'll learn that." And the sales guy, for the Royal Ontario Conservatory of Music, that's who he was representing. He said, "Yeah, that's a wise decision because you play the accordion, you learn that, you could play piano, you could play a lot of instruments."
Yep.
There, right? And I said, "Yeah, all right." He said, "Well, the lessons start at," he told me the day and stuff, right? I said, "Yeah, all right." So my old man was happy, eh? But in the back of his mind, it was going to keep me out of trouble and stuff, eh? But it worked out. So he bought me a $1,800 Bellini Italian accordion, a black accordion. I mean, back then.
That's a lot.
Actually, no, it was 1978. I was 12, yeah, 1978. It was a lot of money back then.
Oh yeah, like I said, that's
All right.
a lot.
This thing was so heavy, and I was still a young guy, eh? Carrying that thing down a flight of stairs for my music lessons there. It was really something, but yeah. So I took my lessons, started my lessons there. Good teacher. She was a female, an older lady. I think her late 20s, close to 30 years old. Methodic, very patient, excellent teacher. I forget her name, but yeah. So that's when I